is what does the pluviometer measure? 215-263-WMMR, and I will go to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, guys.
All right, Jeremy, what does the pluviometer measure?
Rain.
Rainfall, yes. Precipitation, exactly. Hang on, Jeremy.
Why not the rainatometer?
That's a good question. We're going to set you up with a pair of tickets to see Chris Stapleton Friday. That's today at BB&T Pavilion, and tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. I have a lot to get to. So Ellen Pompeo shared this story, and she was kind of blowing up on social media yesterday. Revealed, it was on the latest episode of her podcast, Tell Me with Ellen Pompeo, that she got into an argument with Denzel Washington when he directed Grey's Anatomy in 2016. She told her guest and former co-star Patrick Dempsey that she yelled an improvised line to another actor during an emotional scene, which resulted in Denzel going ham on her ass. And she said...
Ham ass?
Yeah, ham on her ass. And she said, he was like, I'm the director. Don't you tell him what to do. And the star said that she replied, I was like, listen, mother effer, this is my show. This is my set. Who are you telling? However, she clarified, saying that she has the utmost respect for him as an actor and a director, and that it was smooth sailing after that. That's all that I know about that.
I know that after the fact, I think it caught her off guard because it blew up against her on social media. A lot of people were like, listen, I just watched The Equalizer 2 again for the 450th time. Denzel pretty much can do no wrong. I don't even know what happened, but I'm siding with Denzel.
And I can see on the surface if you're saying that you're coming back at Denzel Washington and saying, "Look, mother effer."
Yeah.
Dude, come on, man.
No.
It's Denzel.
I don't care.
So back off.
And I could be totally wrong, but Denzel wins in this one.
Yeah, totally. What's this case?
No, it was ham.
Ham ass.
Okay. Let's see. The sexy ad for Good Americans Find the One campaign featuring Khloe Kardashian is apparently too hot for broadcast. A spokesperson for the clothing company told E! News the commercial was rejected for TV in its original form, and it's now being edited with less skin to make it more suitable for airing.
Oh, my gosh, you saw my boobie.
However,
A little nip slip. Sorry, guys.
A 15-second snippet of the ad is featured on her Instagram, and the full-length video can be found on YouTube. The clip shows a reality star topless in bed wearing her Good American jeans.
I thought I was seeing it yesterday, but it turned out it was a brown bear in a children's waiting
Oh, my
room.
God.
So I didn't see the commercial that you guys were talking about. I'm referencing the Daily Rush with Chloe. Kathy, you guys were talking about it where she can't move her face.
Oh,
but
yeah,
then also,
Did you finally see it?
I finally, because Nick Murphy did a great job, and he actually spliced the commercial into what you guys were talking about.
Were we right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. It's hilarious and true.
All right, I love this story. So Mick Jagger... so the Stones were playing a concert at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, okay? Possibly one of the world's most recognizable men. Walked into this bar, hung out, had a beer. Nobody had any idea that he was even ever there. And there's photographic evidence of him at the bar. No one recognized him.
I checked it out after you said it.
And went.
Yeah, so I thought, okay, well, maybe he's right there. He's right there.
He's hanging out.
And I'm wondering, Preston, if it was a case of there's no way Mick Jagger's in this bar, so I'm not even going to entertain it.
Yeah, right. Like where you look, you're like, God, that guy looks like.
What would he be doing here?
Okay,
well,
so
they were in town.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Good for him, though. He probably enjoyed it.
He probably loved it, right? That's what I was thinking, too, Kathy.
Yeah, fried pickles.
There's a guy who listens to us who lives there. He lives in Charlotte, North Carolina, and his name is Jeff McElwee. And he emailed me yesterday. He said, I'm a huge fan. Been listening for, 16 years. That bar is his favorite bar. He knows the owners and the staff, and he has the inside scoop.
It's called the Thirsty Beaver Saloon, by the way.
Yeah, so this guy is he's a huge fan of the show, and he goes to this bar all the time.
It's apparently a well-known bar. It was it's a hole in the wall.
Yeah,
but
it has the reputation.
The story behind it is the city, I guess, wanted to buy it up and build apartments there, and they refused to leave, and so they built the apartments around it,
like an up.
And yeah, exactly. And so when you see a pulled back shot of this, you'll see all these buildings up around this tiny little bar. It's one of those types of places.
I love that. So that
so
hangs
it's
in. Yes.
It's a hole. It's a local known hole. So Mick came in for a beer. Nobody knew he was there the entire time. And I read an article written by this guy, and it goes into detail, but I'll read you some of the experts. The guy, believe it or not, the bar's owner, his name is Brian Wilson.
Oh, from the Beach Boys.
Another music legend.
Yeah.
So that's his name, though. But he had no idea that Mick came in. He said, I wasn't there. I missed it. I was putting my little girl to bed. He left the Beaver around 5 and came back around 11:45 that night, and there was no buzz or gossip or talk amongst the staff that Mick Jagger had been there at all. He said, I didn't even know he was there. And he said, I don't know what time he was there exactly. He said between 10 and 11, I think.
Think of how cool that must have been for Mick Jagger.
Yeah.
Not that he was
Totally.
He was not clearly trying to hide himself, but that he could just be a regular guy for a night.
So the interviewer in this article said, I asked Brian if I could talk to one of those regulars. He said, I don't want to make fun of them. One of the regulars that was there and didn't notice him because in the picture, the guy Brian says, oh, yeah, I know this guy, I know that guy. They're regulars. And he said, I don't want to make, the interviewer said, I don't want to make fun of them. And Brian says, oh, no. We're making fun of him. He's like, he's been ripping them because those guys, those regulars, had tickets to see that concert.
No.
He said they'll pay $400 for tickets on the floor, but they don't recognize Mick Jagger when he walks in the door. But the bartender also did not recognize Mick. Brian said, she's young. That was his comment on that.
There we go. But still, Mick Jagger.
Brian thinks that Mick paid cash. He said, I went through the credit card receipts to see if I had a Mick Jagger signature anywhere.
Do you take the Discover card?
And there wasn't. But not being recognized is apparently kind of a thing at the Beaver. Brian says Casey Musgraves came in one time. This was back in 2019.
I love Casey Musgraves.
Who is she?
She's a kind of
Country singer?
Yeah, but she transcends country, so she's more onto the pop realm, but I think she came on. But anyway.
So Musgraves posted up about being there on her Instagram stories, but nobody else seemed to have made a big deal about it. He said, my brother was bartending that night and didn't recognize her.
Well, I have a strong feeling that the likelihood of not being recognized if you're a celebrity from here on in is going to change dramatically now that people are going to go to this place expecting to see these people drop by.
He did say, however, that people did recognize Dale Earnhardt Jr. one night at the Beaver, but they pretty much left him alone, which is a miracle in the Carolinas that somebody would leave Dale Earnhardt alone. Simpson was Sturgill Simpson was there before. He was famous. But Brian says that he's mad that he missed that Mick Jagger came in. I mean,
did he tip well?
There's no word on it. I have no idea.
This is like the housing up.
They didn't know it was him, so I don't know. All right, moving on. I have some other things. Gloria Estefan, the singer, has revealed that she was sexually abused by a family member when she was 9 years old.
This is horrible, man.
This is with, you remember I mentioned yesterday, Claire Crawley, who is from The Bachelor, or Bachelorette, I don't remember which one.
Bachelorette.
Was saying that she also she was on and she was talking about that. And that's when Gloria had admitted to this as well. She spoke for this on the first time in a Facebook Watch show alongside her grown-up daughter and niece. They were doing the Red Table Talk, the Estefans. She said, I wanted to deal with the subject matter. It is so important to try to prevent. I also did not want to sit here quietly while you share your story and are brave, talking about Claire Crawley. She said it was a distant relative that had exploited her mother's trust to molest her. She said, you've waited this moment a long time. Her daughter said that. She said he was family, but not close family. He was in a position of power because my mother had put me in his music school, and he immediately started telling her how talented I was and how I needed special attention and how she felt lucky that he was focusing on this kind of attention on me. She said the abuse started little by little, and then it went fast. The three-time Grammy Award winner said that she was aware that she was in a dangerous situation, but couldn't ward the man off. She said, I told him this can't happen. You can't do this. And he goes, your father's in Vietnam. Your mother's alone, and I will kill her if you tell me.
Oh, my God.
So, I mean, he was, he wasn't
Terrorizing
dancing around and pretending like something else was going on. She said, I knew the man was insane, and that's why I thought he might actually hurt my mother. The anxiety made her lose chunks of hair, she said. And eventually she told her mother about what was happening. And although her mother informed the police, and this was back then, they advised her not to press charges because she would, quote, go through worse trauma having to get on the stand and testify. So thankfully things have changed that way.
So I don't know if I saw this in the article, but was that the first time ever she admitted to that?
I think it might be because I didn't, she was saying she wanted to get this out in the open. So that's horrible, horrible news. But sharing stories like this can hopefully help people heal and also make us more aware of what might be happening.
Encourage other people.
And that it's okay to speak up, and you should when things like this happen to you. All right, lighter news. Scarlett Johansson and Disney have settled the lawsuit over her compensation for Marvel's Black Widow.
Hey!
The actress said in a statement that I'm happy to have resolved our differences with Disney. I'm incredibly proud of the work that we've done together over the years and have greatly enjoyed my creative relationship with the team. Now that they've paid me, I'm very happy.
Yeah, exactly.
I look forward to continue our collaboration in years to come. The Disney Studios chairman, Alan Bergman, added, I'm very pleased that we have been able to come to a mutual agreement with Scarlett Johansson regarding Black Widow. We appreciate her contributions to the Marvel Cinematic Universe and look forward to working together on a number of upcoming projects, including Disney's Tower of Terror. The terms of the deal were not disclosed, obviously.
I bet it's pretty chunky.
Yeah, so Disney
did want to keep her. I mean, even though, technically in one realm her character is gone, but this movie was made, and it was after the fact.
I don't think it's one of those cases where the two parties hate each other.
No.
I think she just had a case to be made, and it was probably trying to set a little bit of precedent when it came to what happened in movies during the pandemic.
The suit filed by her in Superior Court claimed that Disney was in breach of contract because streaming on Disney Plus siphoned potential theatergoers, costing her potential compensation.
Which is true.
Tied to the movie's theatrical revenue. Disney countered that Johansson was paid $20 million for the film. So.
I really enjoyed the movie. I thought it was a lot of fun. I thought it was well done. I love those, again, not where the entire world is ending scenario. More of that.
Yep. Let's see here. Peloton instructor Cody Rigsby has tested positive for COVID-19 just days after his dance partner, Cheryl Burke, had contracted the virus.
Not Cody Rigsby.
The Dancing with the Stars contestants announced on Instagram Thursday that he had mild symptoms like congestion and a slight headache. Rigsby added, in comparison to when I had COVID earlier this year, it's night and day, so that must be the vaccine and the antibodies working, so we're super grateful for that. It's uncertain if he will remain on the current season or not, but they both have had it now.
That's one. If you're your dance partner, that's how I got the swine flu. I was salsa dancing at the time. And
you guys are in such close proximity.
I mean, you're sweating on top of each other,
right?
Yeah, and you're breathing the same air. I mean,
you're having sex.
You're having sex on the floor in front of people. Yeah,
depends on the dance.
Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm.
The lambada, the forbidden dance.
NBC will be ringing in the new year with Miley Cyrus this year. She will replace Carson Daly.
Wow, what happened there?
As the host of the network's New Year's Eve coverage. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Won't you join me? This year is going to be more rocking than ever.
The Lorne Michaels produced special has been envisioned as a multi-hour, multi-city event with musical performances. But sources told the outlet that nothing is official yet, but we'll see.
Okay, so they had Ryan Seacrest, and then they had Carson Daly, and I guess
Seacrest was ABC.
Yeah, ABC.
Oh, that's right.
Because he took over the Dick Clark role.
Yes,
So,
there you go.
I can see why they would go after her. She's energetic.
Yeah.
She's an entertainer and all that. She is incredibly annoying to me personally.
But not to other people.
But I get why they would make a decision like that. So she might be a good fit. We'll see.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I probably won't be watching.
Judge Judy Shineland has a new bailiff. When Judge Judy launches her new show, Judy Justice. On IMDb TV in November, she will be accompanied by a new bailiff named Kevin Rasco instead of Petrie Hawkins Bird, who appeared on Judge Judy for 25 years.
So is this guy a legitimate bailiff that they got?
I don't know. She said in a trailer that Rasco is one of the warmest people. The cast also includes stenographer Whitney Kumar and her granddaughter, Sarah Rose, who will be working as a law clerk.
So when she left Judge Judy and went off to do her, she's retiring. No, she's not. We knew she was going to have her own. I mean, she's back with basically the same show with a different name.
Why doesn't she retire? God, my God, she's got more money than
she's fabulously
television
wealthy
personality in the world, and you can just. I guess she must like being in that little room, settling over, people who had their, dog eat a toy from somebody's yard.
Car keyed.
Yeah.
I know what it was. It was probably any performer at one point would love to have a show on IMDb TV.
There you go.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the draw. But, I mean, she can cash it in, do whatever she wants to do.
Remember the picture of her yacht? She said sold it, but it was like a super yacht.
Yeah. Season 13 premiere of the Wendy Williams daytime talk show has been postponed again.
Guys, I got some bad news.
Yeah.
I have COVID.
A source told Page Six on Thursday that it was a last-minute decision to give Williams more time to focus on her health.
How you doing?
And I don't know, is it physical health, mental health?
It's everything.
Okay, it's all that health. So she's going to work on that. Alan Taylor, who directed The Many Saints of Newark and several episodes of The Sopranos, revealed to The Hollywood Reporter that he believes in his heart of hearts that Tony Soprano is dead. Of course, the series ended with a cliffhanger.
It was the big question. It was controversy.
Mm-hmm. The show's finale, Made in America, famously ended with the screen fading to black while the family was in mid-conversation at a diner. Of course, this song is playing. And, you know, they...
By Captain Marvel.
Oh, my God.
Which is a whole other series.
Why not? Sean Penn returned to work on Gaslit on Thursday, the limited series that he stars in with Julia Roberts.
It's about lighting farts.
Yep, it's about lighting farts.
You don't
Would
understand.
that Sean Penn and Julia Roberts starring in a movie all about lighting
I need you to
farts?
hold it closer to my ass. It keeps going out. We can do this.
Don't burn the butt hairs.
We're trying to do something that's very dangerous. And there's only one person I can trust. I need you to hold the lighter. I'll be there for you. From Touchstone Pictures, everyone at some point chases the blue flame. Gaslighting.
One more time with the sound effects. That was perfect. A tragedy.
Yeah.
And that's one of the
Tragedy,
episodes.
yeah.
Somebody dies from a fart explosion.
He'll never walk again.
What happened to you?
He has no ass.
Back in July, Penn had left the production and refused to return to work until everyone in the production had been vaccinated against COVID-19. And Deadline reports that while the production continued to shoot without him, he and the studio finally reached a compromise, and the entire crew he worked with upon his return was vaccinated. So they're back at it. I don't even know where that show airs.
It's the one with his daughter, is it not?
With stars so big, you know, it's amazing that Julia Roberts and Sean Penn
on this
thing can get lost to me because they're some of the biggest in the industry, but it's a limited series.
I would say Amazon, right? Because that's where he was on a show on Amazon. These guys signed these
the
deals.
space show, right?
And I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I mean, it started off strong. It moved a little bit slow, but the way it ended, I was hoping that there would be, and I thought there could be a second season.
Spicoli in space.
Is she? I can't remember. She's on that show where she is a therapist for soldiers returning back from war.
Yes. The podcast Nick Murphy turned me on to a while back was kind of like a radio theater version of that.
Right.
Yeah.
And was that on Amazon as well?
Don't
if
know.
so,
Listen, you got to figure the ones that are going to have the money. Amazon will, Netflix will.
This is set to premiere on Stars, apparently, according to this article. So, all right. Anyway, let's see what else we have. Kathy, I know this series. You'll be happy to hear. Maybe you have heard. Sex Life, isn't that that's the Big Wang show, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, I already hit this the other day.
Yeah, they're
and
going-
it's been renewed. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. This is an old story.
The Wang is so big, you have to say it twice.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
We have to cover that
So
2 times.
Both parts of the Wang can hear the story.
So that is. Did you watch the whole series?
I did, and I said this 2 days ago when we talked about it, but they set it up perfect for a second
Oh, they had a
season.
dangling ending.
Yeah.
Okay.
Swinging back and forth.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay.
It leaves in a helicopter.
All right. So anyhow, all right. And then one last thing. Will Smith celebrated his 53rd birthday on Saturday by renting out the entire Regal Cinemas in Calabasas. A source said that he had a very private party. He rented out the theater for 100 people, and they watched his latest film, King Richard, and had food and snacks. The outlet reports that the entire Smith family was there except for Jaden, who was away in Europe.
Look, everyone, snacks.
So he rented the theater, that's a fun thing to do. If you
What
can.
King Richard is the... Is that What is that? Is it the actual King Richard?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Nick will look that
Why
up
am
right
I
now.
out of the loop on this one?
I'll try to get you an answer here.
No, I don't think so, Steve, because there's a shopping cart on the poster. So
Well,
I
that's
don't
what
think
King
it's
Richard was known for, his shopping.
Yeah, I don't think it's the Shakespearean version.
There you go. A look at how tennis superstars Venus and Serena Williams became who they are after coaching from their father, Richard Williams.
There you go. That's it.
So is it a theatrical? Oh, it is theatrical.
It's theatrical, yeah.
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
All right, nice. All right, new movies opening this weekend. All right. We got 3 movies opening this weekend. We'll start with this one. Venom, Let There Be Carnage. Action fantasy film starring Tom Hardy, Woody Harrelson, and Michelle Williams. The plot is Venom springs into action when a notorious serial killer, Cletus Cassidy, transforms into the evil Carnage. It's an hour and 37 minutes long. It's rated PG-13. Released in theaters wide today, and Rotten Tomatoes score is at a 60%.
So that's actually a win when you consider the original Venom was 30%.
Okay. I don't care about Venom. It never really has gotten my attention, unfortunately, because I love superhero movies, but this one just never spoke to me.
The first one, okay. We'll see what this one's like. I think if they had have gone a little bit more Deadpoolish, perhaps, but it's an interesting concept. Remember, Venom appeared in the 3rd Spider-Man movie.
Yep. Mm-hmm. All right. Also opening this weekend is Addams Family 2. It is an animated comedy starring Oscar Isaac, Charlize Theron, Chloe Grace Moretz as well. In the Addams Family Part 2, we find Morticia and Gomez distraught that their children are growing up skipping family dinners and totally consumed with scream time. To reclaim their bond, they decide to cram Wednesday Pugsley, Uncle Fester, and the crew into their haunted camper and hit the road for one last miserable family vacation. Hour and 32 minutes long, rated PG, wide release in theaters and streaming today. There is no rating for this as of yet. Also opening this weekend, The Many Saints of Newark. Crime drama stars Michael Gandolfini, Ray Liotta, and John Bernthal. The plot is young Anthony Soprano is growing up in one of the most tumultuous eras in Newark's history, becoming a man just as rival gangsters begin to rise up and challenge the all-powerful DeMeo crime families hold over the increasingly race-torn city. 2 hours long, it's rated R, wide release and streaming today. 73% of Rotten Tomatoes. Nice, healthy score.
So the plot is they're going to hold DeMeo.
Hold DeMeo.
Hold DeMeo.
And Nick gave it a thumbs up, right?
Yeah, I'm also really curious. If you go see it this weekend, email me. Let me know what you think, because I'm a huge Sopranos fan. It's different than Sopranos. Don't go in expecting a Sopranos episode. But I enjoyed it. It's just
Different.
It's just different, yeah.
Shall we get to the clips?
Yay!
All right. We will start with the Addams Family 2. Here, director Conrad Vernon talks about how this movie deals with coming-of-age themes.
And, most teenagers, when they're trying to find themselves and, want to be an individual rather than part of a group, they separate themselves to do that. And, sometimes it comes off as cold and brooding, but I think that's where Wednesday feels most comfortable.
The Addams Family 2 is in theaters today. Next clip. Old Henry tells the tale of a father and son in the Wild West as they encounter a strange man on the run. In this clip, Tim Blake Nelson.
Yes, we know him.
Been here in our studio.
Yeah.
Very nice things to say about us. He discusses what drew him to the role of Henry.
Initially, it was what I think is the real heart of the movie. Even though it's a thriller and a Western, it's at its heart is ultimately a very tender story between a father and a son. Even as it becomes violent, there's a tenderness to it.
Old Henry premieres in theaters today, by the way. There you go. That's your entertainment report for today. We have a lot going on the program. We got a beautiful day starting here together, and it's going to get even more beautiful as we go on, because what a bright spot of sunshine if you win $500 from Money Clip. So that first opportunity in less than an hour at 8 o'clock. We're also going to have comedian Shane Torres on the show. We have Kathy's fall activities list.
Yeah.
2021 on this beautiful October 1st fall day. And we will get to that little over an hour from now, about 8:15, 8:20 is when we're looking to roll that out.
Awesome.
So, that and anything we have to give away as well is happening today, and many things to talk about. We'll take a quick break, come back in a moment. Make sure that you stay with us.
Preston and Steve
On 93.3 WMMR.
After splitting from Kristen Cavallari after 10 years together, sources tell ET that Jay Cutler is on the celeb dating app called Raya.
This just in, Jay Cutler's on the dating app Soraya.
Psoriasis. Raya. No.
It's for people looking for other people with skin conditions.
That's cool.
Let's meet for some drinks and chafe together. Let's flake together.
Yeah.
And then I am on a site for people with vitiligo.
Oh, let's flake together.
No, I think it's like one that you have to be accepted into.
Raya. Is it one of these where you need
like some
you
sort
have
of
to be somebody?
Yeah, like
She's
notoriety.
right. Yes, in fact, it is the celebrity
notoriety.
Raya.
I don't know. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Maybe it's Raya, Raya. But
Who really cares?
His profile on Raya says, let's see here. He's here just for friends.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Friends, friends will touch your genitals.
You can diddle.
Yeah.
Who gets to decide whether or not you're a celebrity worthy enough to be on this website?
I think they have actually a vetting committee.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, I believe that's the way it goes. And they will determine. Think of it as there's like a Steve Rubel standing in front of Studio 54.
Right.
And they decide whether you're appropriate for this website.
So, well, listen, in honor of, was it International Geek Day? Or?
It's just Geek Pride Day.
Geek Pride Day.
Yeah.
I'd been working on an impression. You guys want to hear it? So, Steve, you do your Batman impression, but you have that...
processor.
You have the processor. Okay. I don't have a processor.
Are we supposed to guess what this impression is?
No, it's Batman. It's Batman.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Please keep that kryptonite away from me.
Is that a line he says in the movie?
No, please keep that kryptonite away from me.
You sound like Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
Oh.
It sounds like it hurts when you do that.
No.
Please keep that cookies away from me.
Because it's a Superman impression?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've been working on it.
It's really good. It's really good.
I got it.
So it's a Superman impression.
I was confused why the whole kryptonite
It's a
thing,
terrible joke that I heard with Chuck over the weekend. You say this is Batman, but you obviously say Superman line, and then somebody says, that's Superman. And then you go, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like, that's Superman. I told Chuck, I said, dude, I'm going to hang myself out to dry next week.
Yeah.
But you did it, man. You took the bullet.
Are we on air?
Yeah, we are.
I think we're still on air.
In fact, Bill's coming down the hallway with an award for Casey. That was great.
That was amazing.
That's an immediate A+. That's like my joke. Good morning, Cincinnati.
He knows funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Please keep that kryptonite.
Just don't do one that sounds like Cookie Monster.
Like
Cookie Monster.
Like the thanks man thing. Yeah. I was like, I didn't even get that part of it. So sorry, man.
Nick got it. He was following.
I know.
I enjoyed every second of it.
And Bill has that award in his hands.
Yep. By the way, somebody said we should make Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster a character. So you have to do all the dad jokes.
What was the last one I just did off air? The thing is that it was not attempting a Cookie Monster,
it wasn't.
But that became your default.
Take kryptonite away from me. Tell me, do you like cookies? Me too.
Me too.
Tonight, when you go back home, turn off the cookie light.
Tell me, do you like to eat cookies? Me too. Did you know that Mortal Kombat was it from Finland?
No.
What was the joke? I forget. It's something like... My mother was born in Iceland, and my father was born in Cuba. That makes me an ice cube. Mortal Kombat was based off of a Scandinavian song. It was a Finnish hymn. You get it? finish him.
All right, I like Van Danjo Cookie Monster.
Oh, man.
It's a thing now, Kat.
Yeah.
Yay, Kathy!
Wow.
Oh, God.
Anything to make you cringe, Kath.
Anything.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge, part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called the Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers the Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call the Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I
Too
mean?
much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's this thin crust
your
pizza.
version of the Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby, essentially that that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't remember this from Pizza Hut either, Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were not in college or an ordering pizza.
The time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called.
That's a More's. It's love.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
It's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd from Oips. That's
like
Oips.
Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt. And
I heard that on cantaloupe.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing. Same thing.
Yep. Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really,
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
in this video, said whether it was bussin' or disgusting. So
No, she doesn't. And I think, so the common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
Right.
So to me, that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Why did
I don't
you do
know. I'm
that?
not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you
the
put-
crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You can do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
should-
I know.
we
I
should've
said,
gotten
ew, no,
watermelon.
yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch dressing on pizza?
It's been a while.
been a while?
At least like 2 or 3 days.
Okay. All right.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk drawer?
I might have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Oh, can we try that?
Fruit salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on
Preston,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, you know what? I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I
Pepper
do?
on that.
So, and it's a weird. So, Honey Grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it, it's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. So something, pineapple and sesame and a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Jennifer melons. Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
I mean that in a non-sexual way. In the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
this?
off.
All right. Because
Hold.
but now we're in
That's from
Braveheart.
Braveheart. Yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains, or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon? Ah!
Mustard!
My God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday, isn't it?
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds, pounding them out. 1 mustard seed, 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down, slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You Man.
Yes.
Here we go. Wow, they eat plates and
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will
a dip
try
in.
it.
You don't want to? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's very kind.
It's only the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't
What? Glebicki, lead vocals, guitar, harmonica. Patrick Norman, bass guitar, backing vocals. Liz Berlin, vocals, percussion. Abby Hoffman, drums, clarinet, vocals. And then it says Angel Wright does not contribute to the group.
You think somebody hopped on Wikipedia and messed with this?
What? Maybe
It's the People's Encyclopedia.
Yeah, it might. You know what? It might be that.
You know, I think Patrick Norman was the one that was from our area, the bass player, and he went to Great Valley High School, if I'm remembering correctly, because my mom taught him at one point. She was a teacher at General Wayne Middle School, and he grew up in the area. And Michael, the lead singer, is from Pittsburgh, but they had local ties as well.
Okay, well that's cool, interesting. Yeah, maybe somebody tweaked with that, or they're just, yeah, I'm in the band. What do you do? Nothing.
I do absolutely nothing.
I don't know. Chuck sent us the funniest meme the other
It's
day.
so good.
What was, it's this old photograph, and you have to. You won't get the punchline unless you see the photo, but it has to do with what instruments people play in a band. Casey will see if he can find that and maybe tweet it out on social. But Marissa?
Yeah, just while we're sharing fun Rusted Root facts, I found out recently that Liz owns Mr. Smalls, which is a concert venue in Pittsburgh. So a lot of our Pittsburgh listeners know that. I've gone up there a few times with one of my boyfriend Matt's old skate buddies.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's like the venue out there.
You guys are tight friends then, I guess.
With the root.
Yeah, right?
You guys are rooters.
So close.
I went to a show once and she was there and I met her husband. Does that count?
You a rooter too?
Yeah,
But
I'm a rooter.
Cool that she owns Mr. Smalls.
Nice. Okay. Never heard of it, but that's cool. Yeah. Nice.
Some people listening will.
All right, excellent. Happy to hear. All right, so I would like to serve up some hot dishes for you, friends.
Oh.
It is time for the connoisseur.
It's time for the connoisseur. As I've said before you start your weekend eating, get all the best advice from the connoisseur.
Yes.
So do it.
And we will start with this. McDonald's is bringing back the McRib sandwich.
Hey!
The McRib is, I remember the commercials, the way the announcer would say it.
We've talked about the
McDonald's McRib.
McRib many times.
I like it.
Yes, there we go.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Call me.
I do, too. It's not something I would order all the time,
No.
but as something different on the menu to get, I always dug the McRib.
Absolutely.
And they bring it back from time to time.
Right.
So the legendary sandwich, which is filled with boneless pork coated in barbecue sauce and topped with slivered onions and a tart dill pickles, and on a hoagie-style bun, will make its triumphant return to participating locations November 1st.
Don't people hoard these? Remember that?
Yes.
That was the last time, I think, Case. Do you remember people were going to all... Yeah, it was not in every store, and so people started hoarding them?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, this the McRib is, for me, it goes into a classification of tried it, liked it, don't ever need to try it, and won't ever try it again.
Right. Well, you can't try it again, but you could have it again.
We'll never have one again.
Yeah. So it's especially a milestone, though, because it celebrates its 40th anniversary.
40th anniversary.
Yep,
so
this
this
year.
is how long? So compared to the Shamrock Shake,
I'd say the McRib came out way before the Shamrock Shake,
I'm thinking-
in my own personal memory, but I don't know when that initially debuted, Steve. The sandwich debuted in 1981 in Kansas City. Kansas, so it wasn't immediately a success at first. It was oversold by Chicken McNuggets, which came out 3 years earlier. Nick, what'd you find out about Shamrock Shake?
1970 for the Shamrock Shake.
Wow!
Yeah.
It way predates the McRib. How about that?
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
Steve, I'll give you $100 and a massage if you can tell me who with the first which McDonald's character first endorsed the Shamrock Shake.
Oh, I think I would. I have a guess.
Grimace?
That's what I was thinking.
Oh my God! Well, I owe you $100.
Yeah,
but it's the Irish version.
And a
Grimace?
massage.
Uncle O'Grimacy.
Yeah.
Uncle Grimace.
I mean,
Grimace was the shake character.
he is a milkshake, right?
yeah,
Is he
yeah,
not?
basically.
Yeah.
And he's
a
also
milkshake?
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought he was always classified
He also
as.
runs Ponzi schemes. That was
Yeah.
his thing.
He was also the name of our bong in college.
Oh, really?
Grimace?
Yeah, because he was
Grimace.
purple.
It was
and-
purple. Yeah.
I love that. And had a bulbous
Round-
bottom.
yep.
Nice. All right, so the McRib had earned a cult following over the years thanks to its limited edition runs, and particularly it was shot into the culture zeitgeist in the summer of 1994 when it was brought back in honor of the theatrical release of the live-action Flintstones film.
Right.
Proven to be the perfect prehistoric companion to the film. The McRib's popularity gave it a permanent spot on McDonald's menu through the 90s and early 2000s. Overseas, it made appearances in Germany, New Zealand, and France, and a McRib Junior sandwich was even introduced. McDonald's put the McRib on a McRib farewell tour in 2005, but much like Cher and Kiss, it repeated the tour every year for the next 3 years.
And they both smell the same.
By 2012,
Sharon and McRib.
the McRib was back in stores, but as always, only temporarily. And then McDonald's would wound up keeping it off of the menu for 8 years until bringing it back last December. And now it's McRib season all over again. And those that are using the McRib locator should be able to track its return to menus this November. So there's a McRib locator.
What about the cheesesteak? No, they'd had the cheesesteak. Remember that?
That was really temporary. That came and went real quick.
Did they ever bring it back?
No,
Not that I
they just
remember.
did it the one time. And actually, it wasn't that bad.
It was not that
But
bad.
it goes into that classification of tried it, liked it, but
And
I
they're
don't
done
ever
it.
have the
Yeah.
getting. Steve, how many McRibs can you buy with the $100 that Nick owes you?
Maybe I'll just put that into my massage.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just buy you $100 worth of McRibs.
Use some barbecue sauce instead of oil.
What does it mean? What does they make rib retail for? Do we know?
Don't know.
These days, man, they're the sandwiches themselves are like $5-6.
All right, so about 20.
Yeah, $20, something like that.
$3.69.
Yeah, $3.69.
Oh, even more, about 30.
You can get a combo meal with fries and a drink for $6.
Okay. All right, well, there you go. So
Welcome back, McRib.
McRib coming back November, and you'll be able to find that. All right, what else we got here? How about some dessert? Following a 10-year hiatus.
10 years?
Oreo Cakesters are coming back.
10?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar.
Nabisco announced the return of the product on Instagram yesterday. Yeah, Steve, from the name alone, I don't remember what it is. Maybe we can find a photo.
Is it like a whoopie pie?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Like a mini whoopie pie?
Okay.
Like a whoop?
Yeah, they're soft.
Okay.
They're not hard like a regular Oreo.
All right.
Like an adult film star.
Right.
Talk about a glow up and coming back in early 2022, they had posted. Oreo Cakesters taste like classic Oreos and feature a soft baked twist on the classic wafer cookie with its chocolate flavored snack cake with the sandwich creme filling. I'd be down with trying that, especially the vanilla ones. We're looking at the two different. That's a Nutter Butter one. Nutter Butter Cakesters. God, I loved that cookie when I was a kid. Nutter Butters, I would eat all the time.
They had
Nutter
some
minis.
at the blood drive this year. As
Yes.
you know, the little treats you get after you donate blood. I had like 7 of them.
Oh man, yeah, I miss those.
Okay, so here's the deal. You have a Freddy's near you. Nick, technically there's a Freddy's Steak Burgers near you.
There is?
Steve, yes. Well, because it's in Broomall and you're in
right.
Delco. So you're one exit away. They have ice cream sandwiches, and they're Oreo sandwiches.
Yeah.
So, and then, but it's not ice cream, Steve. I know you like custard. It's custard.
Ah,
But
yeah,
they
I'm a
also
custard
have
fan.
they have Nutter Butter ice cream sandwiches as well. So not only is the cookie butter peanut butter flavored, but there's a level of peanut butter between the cookie and the actual.
And it's a hard cookie on the outside?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I will sing the Nutter Butter jingle for you.
Please do.
Yes, I remember it. I knew it. So I loved the cookie so well. Have another Nutter Butter peanut butter sandwich cookie.
It's awesome, man.
That was it.
It's awesome.
Marissa, see if you can find that. Have another Nutter Butter peanut butter sandwich cookie.
Oh, I did like Nutter Butters. I'm not always on board automatically with peanut flavored cookies or candies, but when they do it right, yeah.
Casey, is this a picture of Freddy's Nutter Butter ice cream sandwich?
Yeah, on top of the Oreo one.
Yeah, that looks fan-freaking-tastic.
And the crazy thing is, you guys are going to love this.
100 calories.
No, negative calories.
Negative.
It has negative
That's
calories.
amazing that you actually burn calories while you eat
So
this.
you go there and you eat a double cheeseburger, and then you erase it with a Nutter Butter ice cream sandwich. It's crazy.
First 100 people get a defibrillator.
Right.
My son does not like peanut butter flavored like candies and cookies and things like that. And at first I thought I was raising him wrong. And then I realized that I can have access to his Halloween candy that he doesn't want.
Honestly,
Same with me.
you end up winning.
Yeah, Case, one of your kids doesn't like peanut butter, right?
I get everything that has peanuts and peanut butter in it.
There you
Everything.
go.
The only
Reese's peanut butter cups.
Peanuts and
unless,
butter.
Yeah.
All of them?
Peanuts and peanut butter is what I meant to say.
Oh, okay.
And what'd you say?
All of the kids don't like
No, just
okay.
Casey.
Just
So
Casey, all right.
but she's also gotten wise to the gig here. So she will trade first, and if she's unable to trade with the siblings, then I know.
You're the dad. Take.
Yeah, you're an autocrat.
I take anyway. It's an only child,
I
so he
know.
has nobody to trade with.
You're
But
right.
if he
True.
didn't trade, if he did,
I think I owe him $100 too.
So anyhow, they're returning with the Cakesters. All right, Marissa found the Nutter Butter jingle.
Oh.
If you could, please, Casey. I want to see how close I am to remembering this properly. Here we go.
Have another Nutter Butter peanut butter sandwich cookie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right.
Could have been a little more lyrical, but it was right on lyric-wise.
I had the yes, well, and I had the rhythm down.
All right, try it
Nutter
again.
Butter
hang
peanut
on.
butter sandwich. I went a little slower.
Yeah.
sing along with it.
Have another Nutter Butter peanut butter sandwich cookie.
Do you think you could harmonize with it?
No,
please.
I'm not going to try that.
All right.
I
love you.
What's the?
There's
Nutter
another
Butter-
one though. It says Nutter Butter Riddle Spot.
All right.
Here's the Nutter Butter peanut butter sandwich cookie riddle. What has creamy peanut butter filling up its middle, and is peanut shaped and crunchy too?
It's awesome.
It's another Nutter Butter peanut butter sandwich cookie.
Aw, you knew.
Here,
you
Nutter
little
Butter
jerk.
Man. Have another Nutter Butter peanut butter sandwich cookie.
There you go.
You remember the last day campaign? Blow a nutter.
Blow a nutter on your mother.
Blow a nutter on your mother and your father and your sister.
Blow a nutter of your mother on your mother and your sister.
Ed, we cannot go with this. We're talking Saturday morning cartoon time. This will stand out. It will
Yes.
cause a controversy.
Yes. People will make to stand up and take notice.
Remove the whole blowing the nutter thing.
What about bust?
You can include that.
Okay.
Bust
Nutter butter on your mother and your sister.
Have another Nutter Butter peanut butter sandwich cookie.
We're both from Nabisco.
What are you asking the kids to do with this?
Okay.
It's like, I remember years ago, do you remember the Devil Dog commercial where the kids going through the Devil Dog factory and there was a large guy in a dog mascot costume?
No, I don't remember this.
And I remember it was one of the creepiest commercials I ever saw because the kid goes, "How do you get the cream in the cake?" And there's like an unpleasant pause. And it
You don't
was
wanna
so
know.
significant.
You didn't want to know.
Trust me, you do not want to know.
Maybe
You should check out the Butter Nutter Factory.
All right. Let's find something else because we have more to get to in the connoisseur. Charcuterie boards have been popular for a while, of course, and now a group of New York fans have broken a Guinness World Record for assembling a 315-foot charcuterie board.
All right, so I always have to ask this question. Is it a continuous charcuterie board or a charcuterie board assembled from different pieces?
I would assume this one was continuous because how hard can that be, right? I mean, like sometimes there are things that need to be baked or
Right.
need to be fried, and how do you do a giant version of that unless you have a giant oven or a giant fryer?
Right.
But a charcuterie board is assembled. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm assuming this is, Steve, that it's one continuous, but I can't confirm that.
All right, okay.
The group 315 Foodies assembled the board last Sunday in Little Falls. The board more than doubled the previous record, which was set at 150 feet by a Chicago firm in September of 2019. The meats and cheeses were split into servings after the record was broken and served to spectators that purchased tickets. We could beat this.
Well, we could beat that.
This easy. We could gather a group of connoisseurs in
Yes.
Philadelphia, of foodies, and make a giant charcuterie board and easily beat 315 feet.
There's
I know we can do
enough
that.
cheese mongers and other people who could provide. So I tell you this,
We could
though,
double that.
Would you want to go, Preston? Well, maybe it wouldn't carry as much merit right now because not that many people are familiar with it, but with the baked charcuterie board?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
For 315 feet long?
No, but for a long one, you know, I
Maybe.
mean, that one you'd have to assemble.
Yeah, but baking, I think, has to be all in one
Right.
piece. You know what I mean? Although
Does
there is
it?
bread, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hell.
Hell.
We just had a company called Cheese John do a charcuterie board for us, and they use like your actual countertop. So they just lay like
Yes.
Paper.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it took up the entire like huge island at my
Love
sister-in-law's
it.
house. It was like, it looked amazing.
I love doing that type of thing where you just use the countertop as the serving platter. And yeah, you put down paper or something to make sure that
Yeah.
it's sanitary. I love that type of thing because you can throw all kinds of stuff out there, and then
Oh, like the island?
yeah, and then things that are good for presentation. You can throw big pieces of rosemary or grapes, or just throw them out there, and they look really cool. So I love that type.
I
of
love when our cat sits on the island and we think about what we could possibly do there, but we can't because
But
the
you
cat
can't.
sits on the island.
Yeah. So it's a record that was recently broken, but I think that can be toppled, and I think we could do that. But
We're gonna kill it.
Wait for a right amount of time. All right. All right. How about this? I always figured this would probably be the case, but researchers have found from Iceland, they found that people who watch a wintry video or TV show or something like that were more likely to fill in a world. What?
To fill in a world.
Fill in a word puzzle with words related to high-calorie foods.
Of course.
And they say this suggests that people link high-calorie foods and survival to winter environments.
But that does make sense.
Yeah.
My wife said the other day, she says, you know how I know that it's getting consistently colder? She starts craving carbs. Like she starts, and all of the traditional.
Like I want chili and things
hot
like
chocolate.
that. Yeah, or high denser foods.
Right, bread, pasta.
Yeah, or stew and stuff like that.
McRibs.
McRibs, all that. That's my type of wintry foods, or these things that you make in a pot that sit for a little while.
Yep. It's a chicken in it.
So the scientists say this suggests people link high-calorie foods and survival within winter environments.
That makes sense.
It saw people develop a response to protect them against periods of food scarcity, even though we no longer need to do that in colder months.
It's ingrained in us.
It's an ancient instinct that our brains haven't developed a more appropriate response to as of yet. So we, as human beings, do that just because out of survival, even though we don't need to do that any longer. It's kind of what is in our genetics.
Do you keep a roadkill bucket in your car?
I don't.
Yeah, I do, just in case.
But Carter did tell me the other day, he said, did you know that in Pennsylvania it is perfectly legal to pick up and take roadkill and use it for food?
Sure. It's illegal?
It's legal.
It's legal.
Oh, it's legal.
In fact, it's
that's
encouraged.
Now, I don't know. I can't give you the specifics, because if you see a deer that's been hit and it's a fresh kill on the side of the road, or you hit a deer, can you just take it, or do you need to register that with the state? And do you need a license?
Well, this is apocryphal, so I'm not 100% sure, but I had friends that I went to college with, Central PA people, and they loved to hunt. They were hunters, and occasionally they would come across a freshly killed deer carcass that they would gut and mount, and they would take as their own.
All right, here is an article that says any legal resident of Pennsylvania may pick up roadkill deer from the highways for the edible parts, which are covered by a permit or permit number issued by the Pennsylvania Game Commission. Non-residents cannot obtain a permit or permit number. So you need a permit.
I guess you need but if you have that permit in advance, you can just take it.
Like a hunting permit or just a roadkill permit?
Don't know.
Okay, now, Preston, how about the largest roadkill charcuterie?
Ooh.
That right there is groundhog. If you want some
You like that? A little
Mhm.
game, but man, it'll give you as good as it gets.
But it is bulk up season. And correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't it Fat Bear Week?
It is Fat Bear Week, and we have a link on PrestonandSteve.com.
Oh, we do?
If you would like to vote, it started actually on Monday. Does it only last through this week, Nick?
It goes through, wait, I have it here, Press. It goes through October 5th. And, there's a link, and you can learn all about the bears in Katmai National Park in Alaska. And you can click on the bracket. You can download the bracket from our website as well. So it's it's fun.
I love Fat Bear. Was a month or week?
It's just a week, yeah.
By the way, gang, we have people who pick up roadkill who are calling in on the
Oh,
show.
there you go.
I will go to Patty. Hello there, Patty.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Wonderful. So you like to pick up dead carcasses from the road?
Well, I like to eat them. Let's
All right,
put it that way.
do tell.
No. Okay, so it's, as long as it's hit correctly, that's a horrible thing to say, but if it's not mutilated or whatever,
Yep.
It's perfectly good. You can take it to a butcher and eat it. But the last time I did it was in Chester County, when I lived in Chester County and with an ex. And we did call the cops. He did have a license to hunt. I don't know if he had to show that or not, but basically the cops said, yeah, you want it, put it in the back of your truck and haul it away.
All right, I have questions. How do you know? Because if you don't field dress a dead deer, the blood's going to seep into the meat. It's going to go bad. How do you know how long ago it was killed and if it's fresh enough to butcher?
I have no idea. Again, that's
Ask
my
it.
ex. So we took it to a butcher in Chester County, and it was, I guess, the one we got was fresh enough because we ate it. There's nothing better than venison, man. If it's a good deer, no offense.
Let me ask you: Have you done smaller animals?
Huh?
Have you done anything smaller, like squirrel?
No.
Okay.
No,
All right.
Just deer, but it's the best stew you'll ever have. Better than beef stew. I kid you not.
Listen, I like the fact it's so sad when you see them to the side of the road that someone would remove them is nice. I don't know if I would
and get some use out of it.
Right?
Too,
Yes.
You know,
It did not die in vain.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm okay. I'm curious, Patty. I may be off base, but I always thought that you needed to field dress something as quickly as you can
Before the blood got into the. That's what I always
I'm
heard
not
too.
a hunter, but
yeah.
that's what I had heard. Okay, thank you, Patty. We'll check into that. But I'm sure that the butcher would know when they get it whether or not you can use it or not.
Would it benefit you to keep huge rolls in the car just to eat
Just
right
in
there?
case?
Yeah.
Hang on a second. I have a police officer in New Jersey. It's Jeff. Hey, Jeff. Good morning.
Morning. How you doing, guys?
Good, Jeff.
Sorry
All
to
right.
bother you at work.
Oh, thanks, man. It's all right. What's the ruling in New Jersey if you hit a deer or some type of animal that you're interested in keeping for the meat?
So if you hit a deer, you have to call the local police, and they come out and they bring a tag through the Fish and Game of New Jersey, and basically we sign off on it and say, hey, you could take this deer, but you have to use it for meat only. It can't be processed for taxidermy wise. And if it's a buck, we got to cut the antlers off.
Jeff, do you know why you can't have a dead deer processed for taxidermy?
I don't know why. That would be through Fish and Game, but
yeah,
I guess it's just because it would just make people want to hit deers more. Maybe.
Okay, and the antlers as well because people like to keep those as a trophy.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, hey, I just hit like a billion deer.
Like a billion of them.
Could you imagine?
Thanks, Jeff.
You're collecting deer. You're collecting trophies just by ramming into them with your car or truck.
I mean, listen, you stand to damage your vehicle, but maybe you reinforce.
Hey,
the vehicle.
hit it, mommy!
There's one.
Look at this. I'm going to take out the deer.
All right.
You're going to look beautiful on my living room wall. Adrian, I made this out of you. I gave you a deer head. I just ripped it off a deer on the side of the road.
He brought that to Adrian. Yeah. Blood still dripping. He's ripped it.
Drained this and put it on over my fire blade.
What doesn't even taxidermy. It just hangs up like that as it rots slowly over the year.
What makes you think I even know how to do this? I want to kiss you.
I want to kiss you.
Could you clean that deer blood off your face?
All right, hang on.
Wait, so you have to have a permit in Pennsylvania to take roadkill?
What? Yeah, we had said that earlier, but I don't know what the story
I
is.
thought you said you have to have a Plymouth.
No, you have to have a permit. I'm going to go to Evan, who has done this before. Hi, Evan. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, you bitches.
Good morning, you bitch. What's up, man?
Hey, so yeah, I actually got home from work one day. My dad said that a deer got caught behind the propane tank of our neighbor, and a cop had to come put it down.
Oh.
I live in a really residential neighborhood, so this was way out there. I do hunt, so it was good, but yeah, I mean, we had to call the game commission, get a permit, and to me, it was better than letting it go to waste and sit
Well,
there.
sure,
that makes sense.
I see that. And listen, you knew it was killed right then, but I was kind of going for people who have seen one that's been hit on the side of the road and how. But thank you for your call. I appreciate it, Evan.
I'll shoot it. It's trapped behind the propane tank.
As to whether or not when if the meat is spoiled.
Yeah.
By the way, Nick brought up this text. Somebody wanted to point out the gal who called in who was talking about venison, and she said, "No offense, but venison tastes better than beef." She said that lady literally said, "No offense, that deer meat is better," as if cows were listening right now, and would take offense to that. All right, which caller, Casey?
5.
Line 5. All right. Hi, Kat. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. You
What-
rock.
Oh, thank you, Kat. What's going on?
So, a few years ago, I took my husband. We live in Delaware, and I took my husband to a wolf sanctuary over the line in PA, and they told me that they get calls pretty frequently. They're out in Nowheresville, and they'll pick up fresh roadkill and feed the roadkill to the deer to the wolves, and anything they have left over, they dress it and they feed it to needy families.
That's pretty cool. Will they let you drop off deceased family members?
What's that?
Deceased family members, perhaps, if you want to save on
give them to the wolves.
Uncle Lou loves wolves.
Yeah. Thank you, Kat.
That's actually a good idea. I just wonder how long a process it is before. Okay, you see the dead deer.
Yeah.
Then you go through the process of contacting the gaming commission, right?
Yeah. How long does that carcass sit around before
Right.
you can actually butcher it? That's what I'm curious about. So Mark has done this. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on a second. Wrong line. Let me go to Mark. Hey, Mark. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Okay, so back in like the 70s, I was coming home from a softball game with a buddy of mine, and we're
on this highway, and this guy in front of us was from Jersey, and he hit a deer. And I told my buddy, pull over. So we did. And another couple pulled over behind us. And the deer was still alive, but it was not going anywhere. So I said, anybody got a knife? And the guy runs back to his car. He got just like the tiniest penknife you ever saw. So I got this thing in the headlock, and I'm like jabbing in the neck, and his wife starts screaming.
Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ.
So I said to the man, I said, do you want this deer? He's like, oh, no. I said, you care if we take it? He said, help yourself. So we threw it in the trunk, and I called my buddy. He fired up the barbecue grill. We got a quarter keg, and
dude, that is beyond. That is as primal as it gets. You're stabbing it to death with a penknife.
Yeah.
That's like me, myself, and Irene.
You don't have to do that anymore, Mark.
You know, yeah. Keep
keep
a compass in the car the next time you have to stab a deer to death.
Dear God, Mark, did you feel? How did you feel while you were killing this?
You got to cut the jugular. I mean, I'm a farm boy, so I mean.
Oh, you know how to do it.
So,
All right, yeah.
It's
So
no problem for you.
You know what you do? Keep a staple remover in your vehicle
Right, you know,
in case you gore out a deer's throat.
Started jabbing it in its eye.
Yeah.
My brother beat one to death with a come along one day. You know,
With a what?
A cummerbund.
He just pounded it in the head. So, but yeah, that's good eating.
Dude, that's horrible.
What did he use to?
What did he use?
A come along, like a.
What's a come along?
Like a wench. It's kind of like a.
It's a Girl Scout cookie.
No. It's like a what?
Like a winch.
Like a winch.
Crank on it, it wraps the cable around for.
I got you.
Hey, anybody got anything handy I can beat this deer to death with?
Yeah, I mean,
I got some acetone gloves.
Thanks, Mark. Well, you hit him enough times.
My water bottle's half full and can beat it to death. It'll take about an hour and a half to kill it proper.
God, standing there beating a living creature like that is just dear
with the
God.
staple
I mean,
remover.
why don't you just suffocate it? Just go get a plastic bag and suffocate it to death.
Well, they got antlers.
Well, that was
a dry cleaning bag.
Get a bag of what are you?
a male deer.
Well,
Preston,
you cut some holes for the antlers.
Not all deers have antlers.
It's true.
Even
in my scenario, it was a female deer.
Yes.
All right.
A doe, a deer, a female deer.
All right. Anyhow, there's several levels of things going on here. Well, anyhow.
Anyway,
this was the connoisseur.
Yeah.
I don't know what that last part was, but
primal killers of the forest.
Yeah, we got to wrap it up. But we'll do it again next week. I promise you that. We have several things to get to. That's why I want to go ahead and take a break now because we've got, of course, the money clip coming up.
Yes.
Your chance to win $500. We have the Bizarre File on the way. We're going to talk to our buddy Brian Propp, former Flyer, because there's a charity event on the way. And comedian Shane Torres will be joining us. We have a lot of things to get to. We'll be back. Oh, we got these fall activities.
Yeah!
We'll be along shortly. Stay with us.
I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Yeah, just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I can talk while you guys are chewing.
All right.
In 3.
1, 2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's nothing appealing about that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind
And
it.
I love watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as two great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were two of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own.
Oh, my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so, but Stevie sent me
Okay,
this.
fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly. And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know was how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not. No.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really.
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it's cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Oh.
Man.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really? Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because I do the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually of the companies that do mail order brownies. Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company. If you've ever used them, they have their top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies are sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. But you're a cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix.
Really?
Instead of,
You see, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to it, in case if you want to have some of that.
Goo.
It's I need that sound clip from Billy Madison. Yeah, when he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie is...
All right, fancy boy.
Right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for
Like
Billy.
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
right?
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies. Far superior.
Oh,
and there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid. They're easier to package. You can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of... there's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't have that luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that. You could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a piece of brownie cake. Yeah. You can do whatever you want with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah, okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve?
What?
You cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies. And I thought I knew
He feels betrayed.
I thought I knew
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
it's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time. You lean one way or the other.
All right.
Goo! All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, what's
I was in the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What?
What?
Okay.
Oh,
let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Oh, he put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way
far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will
there we
agree
go.
with that. I would agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
I appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right, Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a
You're not
brownie
wrong.
by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No.
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even
no,
know
you've
what
had
that
cookie
means.
brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's cookie brownie. A man who purchased Gwyneth Paltrow's viral "This Smells Like My Vagina" candle from Goop says it exploded, and he's filing a class action lawsuit.
Candles do sometimes explode. You've had stories about that, right? Have you ever had one explode, Kathy? Or at least I had one like pop and melt immediately.
Oh, okay. So no, like I've seen you. No, I don't burn candles in my house. But I've seen it burn all the way to the bottom, and like there's just a little bit. It's just liquid at that point, and then it shatters the glass.
Okay. Well, this splattered vagina all over the walls.
Vagina quite to the morning mass. This vagina falling, crashing, vagina falling to the ground.
Oh, they had a reporter on the scene.
Vagina catastrophes I've ever seen. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I can't compose myself. There's vagina everywhere. People trapped into huge labia. It's disgusting and a mess. It looks like deli meat strewn across the field here in Vegas, New Jersey.
Hair all over the place, and
there we go. My effects. There we go, sir. I can't. My effects. I'm so distraught.
You've been pulled into a time continuum.
I don't know what's. Oh my God.
Wouldn't it be great if field reporters did have a battery of effects?
We should encourage that.
Sad time here out on the street.
Yeah. So according to legal documents obtained by the site.
And the vagina's not quite to the morning mast. Oh my God, it exploded, it's burning, it's crashing, falling to the ground, falling. People jumping out. They're actually climbing down pubic hair to get down to the ground.
How big is this?
This is the largest one in the world at that time.
Yeah. And the majestic vagina coming over the New York skyline.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God!
It's burst into flames.
Oh my God, it burst into flames. Huge vagina on fire over Lake Jersey, falling, crashing to the ground. People jumping out, hanging off the pubic hair. Somebody is jumping. Oh, fortunately, a piece of the labia is falling down and slipping as a mat as people jump down. They're falling onto the mat.
There's one large rope hanging out of it, actually. Yeah.
So thankfully, a matted pubic hair is slipping as a rope ladder for those trying to escape the fire.
Oh, my God. All right, so Colby Watson says he purchased the 10.5 ounce vagina candle online in January. He claims he lit the candle for the first.
Is it possible that he lit the wrong side? That he lit the butt side?
I don't know. Then the first time, turn it around.
Oh, yeah.
It's an old joke, right?
Yeah, well, the methane is back there.
He claims he lit the candle for the first time the next month. All right, so I've seen a new ad on social media for this erectile dysfunction.
The one that delivers to your home?
It's like you put it on your unit.
No.
Have you seen this thing?
What are you taping a pencil to your dong?
No, dude, not a pencil. It looks like almost like this horseshoe-shaped thing that comes almost to a close at the end. I have not really watched the commercial, but it appears to be like a C-ring that you put on.
When you said that, that's what I was thinking.
Right?
Yeah. So that the way strippers at like Chippendales will puff themselves up with
and then tie it off essentially.
Yeah.
So I think that's what this is. If
Hire
anybody,
Wilford Brimley for the Wilford Brimley C-ring.
No matter what size the good Lord gave you, the C-ring is adaptable.
if
If
anybody,
you order right now, we'll throw in a bamboo steamer.
if anyone has seen this and has watched the ad and wants to comment or bring me up to speed on that, please give us a call 215-263-WMMR because
Did you hear that Jerry died? I'm so sorry. What happened? He was trying some sort of new C-ring and he hemorrhaged.
Nick is pulling
Is
up.
this it?
No, that's not it.
No.
That looks like one of those things you throw against the wall and crawls down. What do they call those things?
The creepy crawlies? Wall crawl?
It's got little
Wally crawlies?
It's Steve. It looks like it's got
Is that a C-ring for
French
that?
ticklers on it.
In case you're banging against the wall?
No, it was really weird.
I don't doubt it.
And
I've
then
seen
I'm
a lot
like,
of.
why are you targeting me with this? Why is this advertising heading to me? What's that all about?
Well, it's like when your mail from the local like funeral parlors and cemeteries is addressed to you by name.
Here it is, Nick.
Eddie?
Eddie.
ED has become Eddie.
I get it.
Meet Eddie, the wearable device aiming to optimize, your situation. So see what I mean? That it's shaped kind of like a horseshoe?
Yeah.
And I guess
I'd like to play horseshoes with that.
I guess you're supposed to get yourself excited and then strap that thing on. I have no idea.
So you're tying off so that you're.
That's what it seems like to me, Steve.
That's what a C-ring's purpose is.
Does it?
It's not to get engaged.
Here you go. I'll read the information. Eddie is the first of its kind wearable FDA Class 2 erectile dysfunction device. Manufacturer Giddy maintains that its unique ergonomic design improves upon current devices by working with the natural physiology of a unit where it's so funny.
You have to paraphrase.
It's so funny I can't say erection.
Yeah.
Where rings and constriction devices can actually work against it.
I swear by it, says B. Arthur.
It says here, Chloe Kent takes a closer look at how Eddie works and asks if it's truly an improvement upon the market's current state of affairs.
Preston, $298 for a 2-pack on Amazon.
What? Seriously?
No.
Look, $298 for a 2-pack. 2-pack.
Medicals.
Maybe they should get into it. Yeah.
How do they charge you so much?
Eddie by Giddy.
Yeah.
Device for dysfunction proven effective. No pills, comfortable design, medical grade construction. Well, you need that.
All right.
Is it? All right, hang on.
You have to nail it on.
Well, no. Is it a one-time use only, or
That's what I don't know.
No.
It's $298. There's no way, dude.
Does it say washable anywhere?
That has to be if you've multiple use. That's the kind of thing you can go halvesies on, Nick.
From the Red Hot Chili Peppers, please welcome Mr. Chad Smith to the show. Good morning, Chad. There we go.
Yeah, just people in there just hired just to clap loudly.
That's what I do.
That's it. Yeah.
That's us. Yeah.
Gotta have
that's my
clappers, man.
gig.
Yep.
How do I get that gig?
Hey, Chad, I wanted to ask you, man. So Stone Harbor is where this is going to be. There have been sightings of you at the Jersey Shore before. No? What do you mean no?
I've never been to the Jersey. Tell me about the sightings. This sounds good.
Are you serious? We have heard there's somebody that looks like
It
you,
has to be.
that people have sworn up and down that Chad Smith haunts.
Well, we all know who that is now. Don't.
Will Ferrell out there?
Some other dude, some other really good-looking guys out there too.
I have not been to the infamous Jersey Shore. This is my virgin experience. So, yeah, what should I expect?
Well, it's beautiful. Stone Harbor's a gorgeous area, first of all, that you're going to be in. And it's just, you're going to be down there for...
WMMR.
Don't forget, in just a few minutes, Kathy's Fall Activity. Let's do the B-File first.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Sponsored by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. You can download the DraftKings app and use the code ROCK to get in on the action. All right, start with a terrible, gory, messed up story out of Ecuador. The president of Ecuador has declared a state of emergency in the prison system following a battle among gang members in a coastal lockup that killed at least 116 people injured 80 as well in what authorities say was the worst prison bloodbath ever in the country. I got this story early in the day yesterday, so I'll bet the numbers have gone up so far. At least 5 of the dead people were found to have been beheaded in this whole thing.
So I watched a documentary about the Ecuadorian prison system, and it's basically, Preston, it's Escape from New York.
Yeah.
They're the gates and everything inside,
and the prisoners run it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the president, Guillermo Lasso, had decreed a state of emergency, which will give the government powers that include deploying police and soldiers inside prisons. The order came a day after bloodshed at the Littoral Penitentiary that officials blamed on gangs linked to international drug cartels fighting for control of the facility. He said he could not guarantee that authorities had regained control of the lockup. This was as of yesterday. Images circulating on social media showed dozens of bodies in the prison's pavilions 9 and 10 and scenes that looked like battlefields. The fighting with firearms. They were fighting with firearms, knives, and bombs.
Yeah.
And bodies were being found.
That's in jail.
Bodies were being found in the prison's pipelines as well. Wow. Outside the prison morgue, the relatives of inmates wept, with some describing to reporters the cruelty to which their loved ones were killed, decapitated, and dismembered. Ecuador's president said that care points had been set up for relatives of the inmates and food and psychological support. He added that a $24 million program to address the country's prisons will be accelerated, starting with investments in infrastructure and technology in the Littoral prison. It's just... I've never seen anything that bad before in a prison system.
And they just got their Dunkachino machine.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's probably what the fight was over.
Yeah.
All right. In India, the Central Industrial Security Force arrested a man who was trying to smuggle nearly 1 kilogram of gold through Imphal Airport. The accused, identified as Mohammed Sharif, was arrested when he arrived at the airport. He was examined by the officials due to his suspicious movement.
Oh, boy.
During the examination, the officials found that Sharif was hiding over 900 grams of gold paste in his rectum.
Oh.
Nearly killed him.
Smuggling gold.
I got an ingot poking.
In paste form, hidden inside the rectum, has been a trick that gold smugglers have been using for a long time.
I don't like that trick.
In Kerala, where the most of the smuggled gold comes to into India, such cases and arrests are frequent. Recently, a group who had flown from Saraja was arrested at the airport with nearly 3 kilograms of gold paste hidden inside their bodies.
That's a lot of gold paste.
According to officials, smuggling gold in paste form is a new way that helps smugglers dodge metal detectors, with numerous reports of this practice emerging since 2018. The paste can look very unlike gold in photographs, but it can be extracted from it later using a chemical process.
Yeah.
It's a high-risk move when smuggling, but one of the most effective ways to get the yellow metal transported illegally. It said that only an experienced smuggler can hide that amount of gold in their body and travel for hours without bleeding or getting caught.
Well, I have a rather large rectum.
In most cases, what gives them away is their movement. With that much amount of gold hidden in the rectum, the carrier often finds it difficult to walk properly, and the discomfort can even be visible on the face. So if you see someone with a constant scowl on their face,
got some gold up your butt there, buddy?
They might have gold up their butt. I sent this to Nick yesterday. A Florida woman decided to transport her full-sized couch by using her convertible Mini Cooper.
You've got to see. Have you guys seen, Kathy?
No.
Yeah.
The woman was caught on camera hauling her cargo in a different and dangerous way. The couch itself is bigger than the entire Mini Cooper.
It's straight out of the Flintstones.
The video was taken Monday on the Estero Community Bridge, and the woman can be seen holding the couch with a hand that should be on the steering wheel. Police said it was not properly strapped down. She is holding it with her right arm, and it's an obstruction of view, so therefore it is illegal. Kathy, look at the pictures here of her driving with this thing. It's crazy.
I love her, her thinking that I'm just going to hold this down with my hand. Like,
yeah.
I can do that.
Like if we hit a bump or gust of wind or whatever, I'll be able to.
Catch it.
In Scotland, people have been left horrified after a maintenance worker shared a picture of a mountain of used tea bags stacked up and left to fester in a dirty kitchen. And by this, I mean it's got to be 6 feet tall. It's just hundreds of tea bags.
Why were they not getting rid of them?
The photo shared on Twitter by the friend of a maintenance worker shows used rotting tea bags almost stacked up to the ceiling from the kitchen counter while also covering the floor. In the picture, a number of used milk cartons also appear to be left lying around the filthy kitchen with no sign of a trash bin. Look at this picture, guys.
That's
It's
ridiculous.
crazy.
It's Mount Teabag.
The kitchen counter appears to be stained by a dark-looking color. Dirty dishes also can be seen surrounding the mucky teabag pyramid. The user tweeted, "My mate's dad had to go into a flat to do some maintenance, and this was in the kitchen. I can't believe people live like this." The picture garnered much attention, as you can imagine, from people aghast at the discovery from the worker. I love this story. A Turkish man who met up with some friends and later wandered off into a forest while drunk actually ended up joining a search and rescue effort to find himself.
Who are we looking for?
Yeah. He just knew they were looking for somebody. They didn't know.
Gosh, this guy looks a lot like me.
That they were looking for him. The man had been reported missing by family early on Tuesday.
I don't think he's here.
After he was found, he found out that it was him that the searchers were looking for.
Was there a reward?
Police gave him a ride home. No, there was no reward.
That's like, is there an Ernie Pantuso here? That's you, Coach.
Speaking. All right, and you know what? We'll wrap right there.
right.
I've got some other ones to get to. We will do that in the next installment of the Bizarre File because I always have way too many stories to cover in one segment. You have less than 5 minutes now to enter the word look for the MMR money clips, and we want you to do that through the texting of our contest short code number, which is 45911, or you can be entered for the $10,000 grand prize by entering it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. All right, we have a friend we're going to welcome on board. He's here to tell us about an event that is coming up actually on Monday. And do we have any flyers, Love?
Oh, you on flyers?
Yeah. I think we got it. We need a little audio intro for our next guest because he's been a longtime member of the Flyers family.
He's great.
And he's been on our show many, many times. So let's bring him on. There we go. That's what I like to hear. Please welcome Mr. Brian Prop to the show. Hey, Brian.
Hello.
How you doing today, Brian?
I'm wonderful. How you doing?
We're doing great, man. All right, so listen, you have a golf outing that's coming up that you wanted to mention. It's a charity golf outing that you'll be participating in, and give us all the info, my man.
Yeah, so I'm an ambassador for Bancroft brain injury people since my stroke 6 years ago. So I've been working with them for the last 2 years. And so Bancroft, they've been really good to me. Like I do a lot of things with them, promoting but we have the big golf tournament on Monday at Galloway Country Club or National. And we're sold out, and it's nice to get back on the golf course after the things that happened the last couple of years. And so I'm really looking forward to, I'm going to sit on a par 3 and hit shots for the people on a short par 3 and meet all the other people and sell some of my Guffaw cigars.
So you're sort of a designated hitter on that hole. I've seen you at golf outings, Brian, and you're awesome, and you always lend yourself to charity. But I would have to say that golfing is in your blood. Would that be correct?
Oh, yeah, it's really good. I know that after my stroke, like my right fingers and the right side don't work, but I'm probably about a 15 handicap right now. Used to be about a 4 or 5, but I still love the golf and I play hockey a couple days a week in Pensacola Skate Zone, and I do a lot of work with Wolf Commercial Real Estate, but Bancroft has been really good to me, and we were looking forward to the sold-out event, and I'm going to have a foursome that I bought with a couple of people that had strokes, and then Fred Barment is going to be a former Eagle player is going to be there with me too.
Cool. Nice. And I tell you what, I was lucky enough to play Galloway for the first time a few weeks ago. It is one of the most beautiful golf courses in our area. Have you played there before?
Oh yeah, because I've been here 41 years, and I know a lot of the golf courses in New Jersey and Philadelphia and a couple others. But it's a great golf course. It's really tough. I know Gary Dornhofer was a member there, but he shot his age most of the time, and he's a good golfer. But we also like for our Flyers alumni. We have a new thing next November 15th and 16th at the Hall of Fame. So Brad Marsh is running that, and so it might be a hockey game at the Wells Fargo Center for a bunch of former alumni.
Nice. That's cool. All right, so this outing on Monday, did you say it's sold out?
Yes, it's sold out, but maybe somebody could still sponsor if they want.
Okay.
But then the reason that I like Bancroft is because I started my own Guffaw cigar brand a year ago, and every box that people buy from me, it goes to a percentage goes back to Bancroft, and it's been really good. The last year, I just started with that.
Nice.
I have everything online at GuffawCigars.com.
Okay, so you can order and have them delivered to your home.
Yes.
Excellent.
All right, that makes sense.
GuffawCigars.com. And Marissa said there's also an online auction that's happening now that you can participate in for this particular outing. And we have it on our community page at PrestonandSteve.com. So that'll help raise some more funds for the event. And that's cool, man, because Bancroft is a great organization. Obviously, you are dialed right into that. So we'll do whatever we can to help out, Brian.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for having me, and have a good weekend.
All right, you too. Thank you, Brian Prop. Long-time flyer. Oh, my God. I forgot we had this.
Let's go Flyers!
Oh, my God.
Let's go Flyers! Let's go Flyers!
Bill's loving it.
You know, I just learned recently, and I don't know where I've been, but that a high-quality cigar is referred to as a stick.
Yes, sticks.
Yeah.
Yep. Our friend Brian is a huge cigar aficionado, and he had texted me one time. He's like, "Man, I got some great new sticks. You want to come over?" And I thought he was talking. So in golf, golf clubs are called sticks.
Oh, are they? All right.
And I'm like, okay, why am I coming over to see your new golf clubs? And he's like, no, dude, cigars. So sticks are used in a little bit of jargon here and there, but yes, you are correct about that.
Speaking of sticks, just quickly.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to get to that in a minute. 'Cause
Okay.
We need to take a break.
All right.
We got to get to Kathy's fall activities. But yes, we have stick news.
There's stick news.
Coming up in a little
Top
bit.
that.
I have a few things I want to share. But we have to take a break because, yes, we have Kathy's fall freaking activities with a, dear God.
I'm just trying to
but
that one hurt.
A new Kyle McCarty jingle that you have to hear. I can't wait to debut this and find out about all the wonderful fall type things you can do. Kathy's list, yay! We'll be right back. Memorial Day weekend, so in fact, that part of the state actually weighs more than any other part of the state this time of year because everybody's going to be flooding down that way. But it's just people dying to get out and enjoy summertime. So that's the kind of vibe you're going to be digging on.
Beginning of summer. And what a summer to start beginning, right?
Yeah.
Well, you're also dealing with the fact that restrictions are getting relaxed, and people are, as the vaccinations are going out and things are becoming more normal. I think you're going to get a very exuberant response from your art collection. And how is this? How long has this been a thing for you? Because obviously you have the artistic outlet of the music, but a lot of times, people like to dabble in other stuff. How long has this part of your life existed?
Well, I would say I've been doing this particular thing about 5 years now. And this company called Scene 4 in Los Angeles approached me, and it was really their kind of idea saying, look, here's how they presented it to me. We would like to put you in a dark room, completely dark, with these light up fluorescent drumsticks of different color, and have you improvise a solo or do whatever you want on the drums. And we're going to photograph you at different angles with different shutter speeds. And people that know about photography, the shutter speeds, slower, faster, make things blurry, and all that kind of stuff. And then after that, you can change the color and you can manipulate it on different canvases and do all kinds of modern post-production stuff. And, how does that sound to you? And I was like, it sounds pretty cool. It sounds psychedelic, and it's a connection for me from music and drumming, which is obviously my passion and the first thing that I've been doing since I was a little kid. And so it made sense to me in that way. So, that's what we did. And that was about 5 years ago. And then I have a second collection. It was so much fun. I did it again. And this time, though, I started adding afterwards in post-production, I really wanted the power and the energy and explosiveness of how I was trying to portray the drumming to pop out on a flat surface, which is really the challenge, because music and drumming is so physical and obviously, you know, it's a audio experience, but to try to get that, you know, translate that onto a flat surface is you know, something I was interested in. So yeah, so I've been adding things to it to embellish it, to bring out those feelings that I want to convey on the canvas, and it's been a lot of fun, and you know, I'm just going for it. There's no art police that's going to come and say, hey, you can't do that. That's against the rules. You're supposed to do, you know, whatever. And so I'm not really concerned with that. I just, if it touches people emotionally or whatever sort of, you know, reaction you can get from art, any kind of art,
right?
I'm down. So it's really, I'm using my drumsticks as brushes. And actually, there are brushes that people use on the drums, and the drums are my canvas, and I can express myself any way I want.
That's wild. We've had a few other rock stars by here that have taken to artistic and oil paints and various mediums, and a couple of them actually have been drummers. We have Mickey Hart of the Dead, Rick Allen of Def Leppard as well. Do you guys? Is this a community, drummers who go into art?
You know, like a drum circle, we'll get a paint circle or an art circle or whatever. Stuart Copeland does it. Bill Ward from Black Sabbath. There's a drummer from Journey. A lot of people. I don't know. Maybe it's a drumming thing. I know. I asked Mickey about it actually, because I saw that he did it, and I asked, and he's with the same company that I did. And obviously, our thing is always very different, but. Just to you know, get a feel for it and how the people were to work with and all that, and he was very positive about it. So, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I guess it's a thing. Who knows?
You know what's interesting though is because you talk about that there's no art police, and I think, you know, as a musician, and this is your livelihood and so on and so forth, and albums and songs get critical reviews and so on and so forth. It's sort of liberating in a way to tie into an aspect of what you do and have that. And I don't give a rat's ass aspect to it, to just be purely something you feel at the moment. And no, I don't care how it's judged. This is what I want.
If you make art and you're worried about what other people think and you're making it for someone else than yourself, I mean, it sounds selfish, but you really, you have to be okay. You know, you have to love it. And you know, you don't always love everything you do, but you have to do it for yourself and come from the heart, and that's authentic.
Yeah.
And if you're making it for other people or what other people think, music, film, photography, whatever it is, art, then you're already out in a different place. And that's not where I'm coming from. So no, I mean, do I want people to like it? Sure. Do I want some people to hate it? Yes. I want action. I don't want.
All right.
You don't want that as an artist. You want people to love it, or are they at least for me, I want a reaction. So I think that's good, and you take a risk and you grow and change as an artist. That's really important, and I'm just doing that. People don't like it, fuck them.
I have to dump out on the F-bomb. But listen, Chad, I have a question about that and the difference between creating music and creating this as tangible art that you can hold and touch and really take in. Now, if you create something, a piece of music, it goes out into the world, people purchase it, that's great. But you still have that. When you have a piece of art, if you create something that you really love, do you want someone to buy that and have them appreciate it, or is that something you want to keep for yourself? Is it hard to let go of something that you've created that you really, really like?
Yeah, that's a good point. And also I can use the music analogy. It's like you make your songs in your garage or wherever you're at, and you write these songs, and with our situation, there's 4 people in a room, and you come up with something, and if it's really great, it touches people and people connect to it. And then it's theirs. You know what I mean? It's really no longer yours. Once you put it out into the world, it's for everybody. And yeah, I mean, if it's something that I made, I guess this is the one thing that would be different. It's a tangible one thing. If I really liked it, I would keep it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that makes sense, right? If I was like, I want to have it, I want it. But for most things, it's like, I'm doing it to express myself and share it with other people. So.
Yeah, Chad, my girlfriend's a painter, and occasionally she'll paint something and keep it for herself.
Who are you?
I'm on the show as well. My name's Nick. Nice to meet you. And listen,
like the gimp? Did they keep you in the club?
That's right.
Well, today they let me take the leather mask off, but normally I'm in the closet. But she's an artist and she's a painter, and she loves to occasionally keep a painting for herself. But listen, the reason I wanted to bring a chat just for a second is I don't want to alarm you, but we're zooming with you. There's a window behind you, and I just saw somebody wandering behind you. I don't know if you know who that is, or if there's just there. See him?
Yeah. There's somebody out your window.
Yeah. There's somebody right outside your window right now.
That's my son Dashiell. He's like loves horror movies and creepy dolls. He's on his bike right now.
Okay.
Hey, you guys are talking about you.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, if he's a horror guy, we can have a conversation.
He's quite a character.
Chad, I've got to ask you, one of my favorite places in our country is somewhere I've been visiting since I was a kid, Montauk, New York. And I was there a couple years ago. And apparently, now hopefully we get this rumor right, but apparently I just missed you at Swallow East. You jumped on stage, this was the story, to play with the band that was there.
Probably, yeah, that sounds about right. I'm in Montauk right now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love it there.
Yeah, it's great. Dashiell, they're just talking about how creepy you are behind you.
He's going to put his son on with us. Let's say the side of Dashiell. Hey! What's up,
dude? We've been coming here for about 16 years now. My wife's from this area in Long Island. A little bit, not quite as far, but we're here, and we come in the summer whenever we can, and when I'm not working, and I'm sure I've been Talk House, Surf Lodge, you name it. If there's a drum set, I'm showing up. I'm getting up.
I love it.
That's cool.
Do you go to Do you go to Lynn's Hula Hut, the little hut in the parking lot? If you haven't, you have to go there.
I'm taking any gigs. I'm in Hula Hut in Montauk.
Yeah.
So does that mean will you go back there instead of staying in Stone Harbor over the weekend, or are you?
I'm just coming in. Actually, I'm doing. There's thing at the World Trade Center at the Oculus where you walk through it.
That's right.
And I have a thing there on Friday, and it's running through the weekend. But I have to go down for Friday.
Look over your right shoulder.
Really trippy. It's like 2 football fields long, giant digital screens, and my art and a bunch of other people.
Chad, turn around.
Turn around.
Yeah, I just ran away. He was up on the windowsill.
Don't encourage him.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
It's a rascal. This one. I mean, I'm getting payback big time.
Hey, does he play? Does he play drums?
He used to really like the guitar when he was younger. I thought he was going to be the next Jimi Hendrix, but he kind of gave it up. He likes skateboarding and just wreaking havoc with his parents. So now he riding his bike, and he kind of. But my middle one, my 12-year-old plays the drums actually, and it's a room full of drums in here.
Ah, nice,
beautiful.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a drum question for you.
Bed and 3 drum sets.
I have a drum question for you. I'm a lifelong drummer. I'm 53 years old. I quit for a long stretch. I have some hearing issues. I have tinnitus. I played in a band. I did the damage. It's over. But I've been getting back into it the last few years. Bought a great Roland electronic kit. And I've decided to crack down and work on the fundamentals, things that I should have done that I really wasn't paying attention to when I was in marching band and so on. And so I'm really working hard, and I'm doing it just for me. I'm not going to play in a band or anything like that. I just want to be a great drummer just to entertain myself and to satisfy myself. Well, today is October 1st, and that is when it really feels like fall to me, is when we have finally stumbled into that month in particular, this month in particular, I should say.
And what we have is a confluence of all autumn environmental situations. It's cooler. It's sunny. It's beautiful.
And so I've been working hard. I've been seeing a lot.
We have everything, and it's the first day. It's actually the first day of October.
Yes,
which is astonishing.
All this comes together
It's
for this.
all there.
Kathy works very, very hard on her list of activities for you to get out and enjoy and have a lot of fun. We're going to get the list, but also somebody works very, very hard, and each year it gets more and more involved. Our buddy Kyle McCarty, who is a genius. He's outstanding. He's a wonderful musician, performer, super nice guy. He's a good-looking fella, too.
He is a good-looking fella.
Just throw that in.
He is.
Yeah,
And
he's sinuous. I'm sure his genitals are huge.
Probably.
Yeah.
I'm going to,
Yeah,
let's just
right?
go with
It would
that
have
for
to
sure.
be. Yeah.
But I love his fall activities jingle that he does. And this one, I personally think, is by far the best one yet.
Wow, that's a big compliment.
He writes it, produces it, and sings it, performs it,
Everything.
of course, himself. So before we get into Kathy's list, let us do the intro in proper form. Here we go.
You may know me, my name is Kathy. I provide you with activities, fun things to do to keep you happy. By the way, I laser my beef on you. Asking me for a new list of activities. Well, here it is, and I think you will like what you see. Fall activities. Oh, here it is. Fall activities. For 2021. Fall activities. Fall activities. Fall activities. Fall activities. Here we go again. Fall activities. It's Kathy's fall activities. Fall activities. Kathy's got another. Fall activities. Fall activities. Through the Delta variant. Tell me what you got, Kathy. I poop pumpkin spice.
She poops pumpkin spice.
Yeah.
Kyle McCarty and his intro for fall activities. And without further ado, let's find out what you are going to be doing this autumn, Kathy.
Yes. So I always put new things on the list. That's just something that I love to do, is find some new stuff. And then there's some oldies but goodies. But there's been a change, sort of a theme that I've seen over the fall season, or more so into Halloween. So we'll get to it, but there are some farms on here that I traditionally have because I love, but some big changes at the farms.
Well, and I have used, last year I used your Christmas list.
You did.
And I did the Polar Express. I did a couple other things as well, which are awesome. Honestly, if you're thinking, is this the kind of list anyone can use? Yes, there's something for everyone.
There is. So first on the list is a place called Hellerich Farm, and it's in Doylestown. There's a couple of farms in Doylestown, and I feel like sometimes Hellerich is like kind of brushed off to the side because there's other bigger farms. And Hellerich has all the traditional fall features that you'll get when you go out during fall or Halloween. They have a hayride, they have corn mazes, they have an obstacle course, a lot of family-friendly activities. They have goat yoga and a personal goat experience, which I did. It was awesome. But what makes this farm so different, and when you drive up to it, you will immediately see it. It's a 3-story aerial adventure park. So it's zip lines.
Oh, yeah.
The obstacles that you have to travel across, different bridges. They have 3 different levels. Jason and I did it. We got to level 2, and we both agreed that was enough for us.
Well, I'm looking at it. There's some pretty formidable stuff on the even on the opening the splash page is pretty. There's a ton of stuff.
Yeah, so the owner was actually yelling at me. I was up on the 2nd level, and he's like, "You going into the 3rd?" And I was like, "No, we're not." So it's no joke. I mean, it is a challenge to get to that 3rd level. So I definitely want to go back and do it again, and maybe we'll get up to the 3rd level. But it's hard. It was very hard to do.
So all the standard stuff, like all the stuff that you would want in a classic holiday or autumn Halloween farm experience?
Yeah, absolutely. And the goats are awesome. They were so cool. They have a whole, you can sign up for yoga, but you can just do a goat experience. So if you're not into the whole yoga thing, you can just go, you sign up for the goat experience. You go in their pen with them. There's a ton of them. If you sit on the ground or the goats will come over and climb on top of you. They actually let us pick one of the goats up.
Hey, do you have to, like, if you want to do the ropes course and stuff like that, do you have to set aside a specific time and make appointments and things like that?
Yeah, so reservations are required, and also check your child's height because there's no wiggle room on this because of the nature.
Safety.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and I went with a friend of mine, and her daughter was actually not able to go. She was just under the height requirement. So, before you take the trip out there, if that's what you want to do, make sure that your kids are tall enough. And then stop in their market on your way out. You can grab your pumpkins, corn bundles, fresh cut flowers, all of that.
I love it.
Fall activities.
So the second thing on the list, traditionally we would go to in the wintertime when it's snowing and people are skiing and snowboarding. Spring Mountain, you guys know, in Schwenksville.
What?
Yes, right? You would normally go in the winter.
That's what you think.
They've actually transformed the mountain into Scream Mountain, and it's every weekend in October.
Scream Mountain.
They've been doing that for a little while, yeah.
Really?
It's
I
awesome,
like
yeah.
it.
Yeah, so guests travel to the top of the mountain on the chairlift in the dark. Now, the chairlift is not haunted, it's just dark, so it's scary enough.
Right.
And then you make your way through a walking haunted tour through the woods. At the end of the walk, there's then an option for you to get on a haunted hayride. And also what I like that they're doing, and this is sort of the theme, and we'll get to it, but at 6 o'clock, so before it gets too dark, if you have kids that love Halloween, want to see this stuff, but maybe aren't quite ready for like the screaming zombies jumping out at you.
Like me.
Yes,
Right.
at 6 o'clock, you can just do the walking tour, you can do the hayride, and there's no actors that are going to jump out at you. You can see the scenes that they have set up.
I'll
Okay,
do
so
that.
it's more modified. You do
I
that
would
one.
actually,
All
I would
right.
do that. Kathy, can I ask a question about
Yeah.
Spring Mountain? And can we reveal this or not? You told me about something that they're
No,
working on.
don't, because that's going to
Okay.
be in my winter activity.
Got it. Got it. Don't want to ruin it for you. No.
Blowing it, Preston.
Yep.
So Bucks County Scenic Peddlers Village is the home to so many activities throughout the year. They've been on my list for a number of years for different reasons, fall, winter, all of it. But they've made it again this year, and it's because they're doing a murder mystery show. They're actually doing a few murder mystery shows. One is outdoors, and it's called Ghost Dusters, and that's the family-friendly walking tour that includes a number of stops around Peddlers Village. It lasts about 50 minutes. There's comedic twists. Actors share stories about Bucks County-based ghost stories is what they share, and then the people that are out, the participants, they can guess whether or not it's a real or a fake one.
So I passed by Peddler's Village tons of times, and I've never actually gone in and experienced it.
We used to go with the kids.
Yeah.
They had a place there called Giggleberry Farm. I don't know if it's still there or not, but yeah, we used to go.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of cool stuff in Peddlers Village.
Yes.
Giggleberry?
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
So they have these ghost tours, this murder mystery tour, and it's outside. It's every Friday and Friday evenings, Sunday afternoons, and then in addition, there's a restaurant there called the Cock and Bull, and they're hosting the murder mystery cocktail theater. It's the Golden Girls Murder Mystery.
Yes. Now we've been meaning to go to that.
It's the actual Golden Girls from the series?
Yes.
Huh.
I mean, it's not the actresses.
Okay, but yeah.
Yeah, Rue McClanahan's dead, so that wouldn't work. But yeah, they're the characters.
Yeah, that's,
from the
that's,
Golden
what, that's
Girls.
what I figured.
From what I
mean,
understand.
I don't
I
think
know
they-
you didn't
Yeah,
mean that.
yeah.
I was just
I don't think
joking.
they dropped the loot. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's every Friday and Saturday through November 13th. So that's extended into November. So you have some time to do that, Preston.
Cool.
And then while you're at Peddlers Village, take a tour of the 100 larger-than-life scarecrows. I've had their Scarecrow Fest on my list before. Oktoberfest is October 16th and 17th, and then Apple Weekend is November 6th and 7th.
Fall activities.
So here's something that has really put a big change in place. It's an oldie but a goodie. It's Halloween nights at Eastern State Penitentiary. We've all done that, right? We've all done the scary tour through the jail cell. Well, what they've done this year is a new festival-style celebration. So they've got 15 attractions, 2 haunted houses. So the haunted houses are still there. However, they're giving you the option to skip them. There's going to be so much more to do now that if you're not really into the scary stuff, you can do a 3D fun house. There's going to be live performances, which one of our former calendar girls is a dancer there. She is taking part in one of the performances, Alexa. And then they have Halloween themed bars, which is absolutely awesome.
I love this thing. So I love the all in, the all full hard, throw it all at me. I love all that stuff. But to have a companion program for people who don't want the jumping, don't want the screaming, don't want that, but want to see the haunted houses and stuff like that.
That's
the
me.
cool thing. Yes.
Again, speaking to me.
That's my wife. My wife would prefer that. She hates getting scared. Hates it.
And this is good because if Steve, if anybody is like Steve, the scary stuff is very scary.
Oh, good. I'm down with that.
But there are other things that you can do that are not so scary, and they have a couple of bars now that are set up. Some are just eerie and fun to go to, and then there is one that's going to be more scary.
Okay. Oh, Case, hang on.
Come on.
Oh, wait. Oh, I messed that up, man. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Love that.
This is what I did last night. I did an AR workshop. Okay, so it's one of
the rifle?
No, it's one of those places where you do like a custom wood project. So you're doing the staining, the painting, the hammering. You're doing everything. I worked with AR Workshop in Gilbertsville. So there's a number of locations. I worked with Kelly, and Jen last night, and 5 of us made projects. It was so much fun. So you can choose from, they have hundreds of Halloween and fall themed projects. You can personalize it. You can put your name on it. You can put memorable dates, quotes, graphics, whatever you want. They also have these awesome do-it-yourself at-home kits. So if you don't want to, listen, they're all over the place. So there's a location in Chestnut Hill, Fishtown, Malvern, Morristown. There's a couple of more. But this Gilbertsville location and the people that I worked with were absolutely awesome. So if you're in that area, it was a lot of fun.
So this stuff is fun. My wife is looking to do. Now, let me ask you, are there still any options? I don't know if you have it coming up for Scarecrow Building?
Yes, I do have an option for Scarecrow.
By the way, how many items on the list this year, Kathy? Is it 10 as usual?
It's 10, but I've got 2 groups that have a few in it. We'll get get to that. But this AR workshop, they also do a chunky knit pumpkin, which is what we did. We made all these pumpkins. You can also make a wreath or a blanket if that's something that you're interested in. But these wood projects that everybody loves doing, it's so much fun for a girls' night. Jace did one with me last
They're great.
night. He did a skeleton. He loved it.
Especially for Halloween themed and autumn themed stuff. It can look a little bad and still look good.
Right, exactly. Jason's like, why does my pumpkin look better than yours? I'm like, I don't know. I guess because you're better than me.
Why don't you shut up? Maybe I don't feed you tomorrow.
And all of these locations traditionally carry the same events, or they have the same project. So if you find something you like, you can go to the location that's nearest to you. But Gilbertsville specifically is holding a dress-up Halloween class for kids. And then they're also doing a Halloween dessert charcuterie and wood tray event.
Dessert charcuterie.
Yeah, so they're teaming up with somebody who makes these charcuterie trays, and you'll basically make your wood project, and then they're going to teach you how to put a charcuterie tray together to make it look nice for, party or whatever.
On a different note, quick idea for a TV show, Preston. Charcuterie tank.
Ooh, I like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's AR Workshop.
Fall activities.
Silky's Farm.
Silky Farm.
Yes. Can you guess what they do?
Silk.
So it's not goat yoga. It's alpaca yoga.
Alpaca yoga. Will they crush you?
So an alpaca stands on you.
No.
Yeah,
So
okay.
alpacas
Yeah, it's
are
the Clydesdale yoga.
Elephant yoga.
alpacas.
Come visit our morgue.
No, alpacas are much different than goats, and they're actually the most gentle livestock that you'll come
They're
across.
very docile, yeah.
So as their hooves
Very
are going
much
through
so.
your chest. Oh, so they just stand around and they provide sort of a contemplative nature, correct?
Yes,
They're
right.
not getting on your back and violating you.
Correct. Yes. So this Chester Springs farm is offering alpaca yoga until the end of October. It's every Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday.
We're looking at pictures. This looks really nice.
Yes, and they assure they will not jump, bite, or kick you. They will happily hum, actually,
I
and
think you
graze.
say happily hump.
And graze nearby while you're taking the yoga class. And then after your yoga class, you can take photos, you can pet the alpaca at Silky's Farm. And they say reservations are are required. So make sure you sign up if you want to do alpaca yoga.
We're going to hold the downward dog position for just a little bit longer here.
Bingo. Bingo's my favorite. No, Kathy, I do like that. If you're not happy with animals crawling on you, them around you this way seems nice.
I think this is kind of more for me. Like the
you
goats were cool.
You don't want a filthy goat on your
Well,
back.
that's the thing, yeah.
By the way, Kathy's Fall Activities, sponsored by Acme Markets this year. So thank you very much for putting your power behind this.
And the full list on PrestonandSteve.com.
Yep.
Fall activities.
Nightmare Before Tinsel kicks off the spooky season with ghoulishly themed cocktails and horrifying Instagram-friendly photo backdrops. You guys know this Halloween pop-up bar. It's at 116 South 12th Street. This is the third year that they're doing this. This year's theme is the Devil's Lair, including a trip down below with a flaming hot and bloody cave dripping with human remains.
So this is amazing. So let me ask you, they couldn't quite do it last year, right?
They did do this last year. They actually had a whole outdoor setup, which was awesome.
All right.
Yeah, so they did it last year, and they're doing it again this year, and you have until October 31st to enjoy the eerie ambience, and then it goes directly or right into Christmas. You guys know the bar, what is it? Tinsel.
Tinsel. Yeah, I remember that.
Yes,
Yep.
Tinsel.
That's the name of
Nice.
it.
All right.
Hansel.
Number 7. On to number 8.
So we've got a COVID-safe section of Kathy's Fall Activities 2021. So if you're not comfortable in large crowds yet, glamping in your own backyard, personalized teepee sleepovers, and luxury picnics are the hottest new trends. So if you want to stay close to home, but you still want to participate in some fall activities, I've got awesome options for you.
Did they do this at your house? There's a picture of you.
No, so that is not my house. That is somebody else's backyard that they were setting up a tent and a picnic.
This is awesome.
It's incredible.
Yeah. Look at this.
It's incredible.
All right, so this very large canvas tent with these big tie downs. It looks like it's at least 8 feet tall, maybe more. And do you get this balloon
So what you're
accompaniment as well?
The picture that you're looking at is Buck's Glamping, and it's a specialized backyard glamping service. They come in, they set up the tent, they set up inside decor. So there's more pictures, Preston. Inside, there's like blow-up mattresses and little like bean bags with pillows and trays, and so you can actually go in and have
Preston,
a party inside.
You got to do that.
Dude.
You have to do this.
That is so damn cool.
Yeah.
That's glamping.
And so the tent is so big it has a center pole.
Yes.
I mean, like it's
For the strippers.
It's a big one for if you want to have
No,
a stripper in
Steve.
there. No,
For clippers.
And they have these tables that are you obviously will sit on the ground on pillows because it's a low table and have your meal there.
Yes.
This is very cool, very traditional looking. It's very elegant.
It looks expensive.
So it's
Really?
actually it's not that bad.
2 alpacas.
For what it is and what you're getting. I don't want
Can you
to.
split a llama for 2 alpacas?
I can break a goat for a chicken.
I don't want to quote the exact price because I'm not exactly sure what she is charging, and it varies based on your
That's
location
amazing.
and where she has to drive.
Kathy, if you're getting people together, everyone, no matter what, everyone chip in.
Yeah.
I mean, this is big enough to do a number of people for an experience that looks really unique.
I'm sorry, how many goes for a chicken?
2.
Okay.
2 goes for a chicken.
So the large tent fits about 6 to 10 people, and along with that comes a fall or Halloween-themed picnic table outside of the tent. And then clients can choose to add a decorative balloon display by Balloon Art Extraordinaire and Bucks County's own Balloons by Victoria.
Case I was wrong, it's 2 chickens for a goat.
That's right. I said it the wrong way.
Oh, my God.
This isn't communism.
Is that your balloon friend?
Balloons by Victoria, yes, it is my balloon friend.
All right, because she did the for your birthday.
For my birthday.
Those
Kathy's
balloons
friend
look
is
right
made
here.
out of balloons.
Yes. and-
This is my balloon friend. Like Baymax. Right.
And Bucks Glamping, this option includes overnight or day use. So you can set it up for like a party or a girls' day or whatever for the kids. But you can also set it up, and she'll put air mattresses in there, and you can camp inside.
So is there a
I'm
lighting right inside the tent?
She can do a lighting.
I would tell
whole setup.
you guys need to go and check this out on PrestonSteve.com because there's a whole bunch of really right from the beginning, Kathy. Everyone's been a home run so far.
Yeah, you want to see these photos. That's amazing. All right. Is that the end of that one? All right.
So similar option, it's called Dream Huts, and it's a slumber party tent rental company that offers fall and Halloween themed tents. You choose your theme. They come in, they set up everything. This one is inside your house. So this is
cute.
If the kids want to have a sleepover, it's very light lifting for parents. I did it for Jace's birthday, and they come, they set everything up. All you have to do, I gave them popcorn, put movies on. You could let them watch Halloween movies.
They watch Hocus Pocus, I guess, right?
And then Dream Huts comes back, and they pick it up the next day, and you basically have no cleanup whatsoever.
You can stay upstairs and drink.
Yeah.
But this is definitely for kids. It looks like it's smaller.
Yes.
So.
It's adorable.
Well,
though.
although she did do a 40th birthday party, and she set up like 10 tents for a group of girls.
How big was that house?
Well, so she can accommodate up to 12 tents. So based on your party size, she can do any one.
I love
to
this thing.
12.
Dude, that's really cool.
I love this tent glamping stuff.
I was not aware that. I mean, I know that you can go out to campgrounds, out in the West and other picturesque locations. I had no idea this is something you can order for
Here,
your home.
yeah.
That's pretty cool, man.
All right, so we've got another luxury picnic.
Sorry, we need
No,
the
that's okay.
stinger here.
So
Okay.
this is outside. This is Picture Book Picnics and Parties, and they're offering, it's similar, but it's a luxury pop-up picnic. And they'll go to a local park. They'll go to your backyard, wherever you'd like. You give them the location. They come to you, and they set up a
When
picnic.
did this stuff start? When did this become a thing?
COVID.
I would have done this.
COVID.
So out of COVID, listen,
Right.
there's actually, you got
Some pretty interesting
some
things
good
have,
stuff.
have,
So-
have come out of this.
This
bad
can stay after
situation.
COVID.
Yeah,
This
this
is-
can stay.
This is good.
I like this.
So
This is good.
Picture Book Picnics and Parties has a seasonal fall 21 theme, the Pumpkin Patch or Grand Harvest. The Grand Harvest theme is a lavish autumn arrangement. They said it's best for like extravagant dates or luxury parties. And then the Pumpkin Patch theme is a quaint farmhouse style setup featuring Halloween themed decor. They add snack boxes that correspond with the theme that you pick. And then the whole picture book, they give you a Polaroid camera. You take pictures during your 2-hour picnic. They come back, they take the Polaroids, and they make a keepsake book for you.
So this is wonderful, Kathy. So again, in a case where you say, okay, what does it cost? What's the deal? If you get a couple of people together and everyone chips in for what you're going to get, for what we're seeing, this is a great experience. Now, as far can you pick a location?
Yeah, you pick your location.
Does it have to be a legal location?
Like, she said it could be in a park.
Yeah,
a park.
as well.
Yeah, you
All
pick
right,
your
and they'll-
location, and same thing, depending on the distance. Sometimes there's no fee, or sometimes there'll be a small fee if
Can
they
you
have to
pick
drive.
2 locations?
And they'll cater picnics for any age, and they can accommodate both small and large parties.
Wow.
And
We're looking at a picture here that looks very, very bucolic, and the pillows are down on the tables there, and there's all sorts of. It looks wonderful.
And that's the last item on the list.
No,
right?
no.
Oh
so,
my
so
God!
that was
Hang on a
that was my
second.
COVID safe section. And here, this one's sort
Don't
of.
play us like that.
This one's under the COVID safe as well. And then I just have one more section that has a few little things in it. Okay, so still under the COVID safe is Foreman Design Company. She's the maker of the paint and peel kit. So this is for, I would say, younger kids. However, I took part in this and I absolutely loved it. Like, I want to get another one. That's how much fun we had. So it's a great at-home activity to keep the kids busy. You can have a glass of wine with the other moms, or like I said, if you're like me, you want to paint along. It's a family-friendly activity. It's a paint and peel kit. So it comes with the stencil already on the canvas. It comes with paints, brushes, and directions on exactly what to do. So she's a locally based company. She has Halloween and fall-themed canvas kits. You order them on her website. They will come directly to your door, and then you've got an activity for the kids to do. You paint, and then you let it dry, and you peel the sticker off, and it's like, voila, you have this like adorable
I think it's awesome.
decoration.
For
I
like
think
a
it's
wall
awesome.
sticker, or you can put it on your wall, the stickers.
No, so you keep the canvas. The sticker is, you peel that off.
Oh,
and
it's
throw
the
that in.
stencil.
yeah.
Okay, I
It's like
gotcha.
a work of art.
I like that.
And,
Nice.
and they are actually having a few events. So if you do want to go out to a paint party, they're going to be at Ambler Oktoberfest on this Saturday, October 2nd. There's going to be 90 vendors, 10 food trucks along Butler Avenue in Ambler. Pre-registration for that paint party is encouraged. And then the Beautiful Art Paint Party at Love.
Beautiful. That's like what a ghost would say.
Yes. At Love City Brewing is Sunday, October 17th from 1 to 3. Parents can enjoy craft beer. The kids can paint. And then they'll also be decorating cookies with Deanna's Cookie Couture. That event is open, they said, to children and adults of all ages.
So, you'd say, okay, look at all these businesses and small companies that are doing this stuff. And you think, oh, this is going to be sort of shot. Everything you put up is top notch, looks great. And, you're also supporting local businesses and stuff like that. So it's a win-win. This, to me, is exactly the kind of spice that you'll be looking for around this time. I mean, these are great selections, Kathy.
And then I have one more section that includes 3 things. And this section is what's new at my favorite farms. And this is what I was alluding to earlier, things that are changing. So Shady Brook Farm, you guys know, has forever been on my fall activities list.
Love it.
It's a great farm. It's got a bar in the middle of it, so that's the main attraction for me. But you can do apple, pumpkin, sunflower picking, wagon rides, a corn maze. They have apple shooting, bonfires with s'mores, and then they have live music every weekend. But Shady Brook Farm has put in place a big change this year. They're eliminating Horror Fest from their lineup of Fall Fest events as their Halloween attractions are pivoted to a more family-friendly vibe. So they said they looked at their clientele and what they were attracting, and they said we attract.
And they were horrible enough.
No, they said we're attracting families, and we're putting this huge scare in. So they've actually taken the scare out of it. So instead of the Hayride of Horror this year, they're introducing the Eerie Illuminations Hayride, which will be included in your Fall Fest admission. You'll take a pleasant wagon ride around the farm, viewing all of the Halloween light displays that are synchronized to music.
So it's great. So to be honest, they always sort of went family friendly. Even their stuff that was supposed to be scary was still very, very metered. But I love this new angle on it. Again, so you can go absorb all that environmental stuff and see the lights and have fun and get his Halloween spirit, but not have your kids crapping themselves.
Right. So, and the two haunted houses, the 3D Alien Encounter and the Barn of Horror, are staying there. They will be the same as last year, but they'll only have animatronics inside. No creepy creatures or zombies jumping out at you with chainsaws to scare you. So you can walk through it still. It will be available. And in my opinion, this is one of the best farms to visit during the fall and Halloween season.
Okay.
Fall activities.
Another one that I love to go to, and I go every year, is Merry Mead Farm. And they are celebrating their 50th anniversary this year of opening up their store.
Wow.
So to honor the anniversary, there'll be some special nods throughout the farm, including an ice cream cone-shaped corn maze. And this, I loved this story. So they have a kid's book that's for sale in their store, and it's called Mary the Great Pumpkin. So every year there's a kickoff event to the fall season. It's called the Lighting of the Great Pumpkin. I've been a number of times. A lot of people in this area, I'm sure, have. But the story that's told year after year at that event was told by the owner's wife's grandmother, and they made it into a book. And so the book is now available at the farm.
So they're carrying on the tradition of that story.
And she has since passed away.
I love it.
But they put it into a book.
I mean, I don't love the fact she passed away. I love the fact they made this book.
Yeah, they
I
made
thought
the
that
book.
was particularly brutal when you said
wouldn't
that.
that mean
but
when I
I'm
said
so
that?
glad.
When she passed away. I love it.
No, so yes.
I'm in the book.
So you can get the book there. And
I'm
then
a big supporter of death.
And then Merry Mead has a few new things at their farm. They've got an 18-passenger train that enhances the trip on the farm with lights and music. As always, the fun wagon ride, hayride, apple slingshot, and other activities will be part of Fall Harvest Days, which take place on Saturdays and Sundays in October. And keep this in mind, because I feel like a lot of people forget this. So the Harvest Days are on the weekends when everything is open. They are obviously still open during the week, but some of those activities are not open during the week.
You kind of danced around it a little bit, but Mary Mead's ice cream, for my money, is the best in the area.
So you guys turned me on to it, and you just turned me on in general.
I do.
And so
Right.
my wife Claire and I went out last year. It's awesome.
I love it there.
And we did, the ice cream is awesome.
Yeah, I'm a Freddie Hill fan.
All right.
Well, so listen.
Man, I mean,
There's a lot of good ice cream.
Says the lover of death.
Yeah, that's me.
All right, Grim Reaper.
Yeah, I absolutely love their ice cream. I get every time I go there, I get a gallon. You can buy it. They have a
gallon?
little. Oh yeah, you can buy
You can buy it in
For the ride home.
You can buy it in gallons. You can go. They have cones. You can just buy some ice cream. But yeah, you can get it in pints. You can get it in gallons. And actually, when I talked to the owner, he had to turn off the ice cream machine. He goes, "Oh, hold on, I'm making peanut butter chocolate ice cream." He had to turn it off so I could hear him.
Do they have gallon cones?
You know what? In all fairness, I have not had the ice cream at Merry Mead, so I need to go
No,
there.
listen,
And it's not far from me. I need to go there.
You have to. All of the ice cream is made on site at their farm.
Freddie Hill's great. They're all great.
Yep. All right.
Fall activities.
And this is the last thing that's on my list. So Snipes Farm in Morrisville is offering a haunted Halloween drive-in movie experience.
Wow.
Starting October 7th, the movie showings will take place on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights with gates opening at 6 p.m. and then the movie begins at sundown. The movies include Halloween, Beetlejuice, Hocus Pocus, A Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, Halloween Town, and The Blair Witch Project.
Oh, wow.
So it changes each week. Yeah, the haunted drive-in is selling quick. I actually was checking it throughout the week as I was preparing this list.
It's a great idea.
So if you're interested, don't wait. Purchase a spot for your car.
Steve, this is right up your alley. This is badass.
This is all awesome. And I see at the bottom they have the Japanese torture porn movie Audition. No, I'm kidding.
Jesus. I thought you were serious. I didn't. Why did they add that?
Yes, I'm sure this educational farm will love that comment.
No, they've made some really good selections. There are a couple that are a little bit more brutal and ones that are really wonderful and great for the family. And There you go. I love this.
Well, and Steve, they'll have horrifying characters that'll pay a visit to your car, too.
Oh, like
during the movie.
Harvey Weinstein.
No.
Hey, kids.
No, this is it's awesome. This is great.
Moviegoers are encouraged to bring chairs, pillows, blankets, and snacks. And then also, Steve, this is the very end, but so also at the farm, families can volunteer to create the Land of Scarecrows.
Okay.
So this is, you don't actually get to take these home. There are still the places that I've used in the
Okay.
past where you can take them home, but you can actually go out there. You can volunteer at the farm. It's an educational farm. So you'll help stuff and sew the scarecrows, and then they'll be put on display at the farm.
They'll display them there.
Yep.
Will your name be on it?
And you know what? I don't know. That's a
Okay.
good question. Maybe. But that takes place on Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and then Sundays from 2 to 4 p.m. And all of the information listed on PrestonandSteve.com. If you missed any part of what we talked about or you want more information, all of it will be there. There's tons of photos linked to everything, and you can go out and do fall activities.
And
this
there
year.
it is, ladies and gentlemen. Kathy's list for 2021. I loved every single thing about
Every
it.
one of them. Please, you know what? With all the crap you've been through, take advantage. It's October. It's starting. My wife said to me the other day, I really want to absorb and enjoy this autumn. And
We
just
deserve it.
Deserve it.
Yeah.
So here is a list. It's all laid out for you. Take advantage of
I
it.
loved everything about it. I loved all the activities. I love the fact that Acme is our sponsor. And of
Acme!
course, Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. That Marissa took all the time to put together this list on PrestonandSteve.com. And it is extensive with full descriptions and links to absolutely everything that you could possibly need from that. And I love the new jingle, too.
Yeah.
I love everything about this list.
And
It's
I love you
fantastic.
guys.
And I love you.
Do we have time to hear it again?
We have time to hear it again.
You may know me, my name is Kathy. I provide you with activities, fun things to do to keep you happy. By the way, I laser my beef on you. Asking me for a new list of activities. Well, here it is, and I think you will like what you see. Fall activities. Oh, here it is. Fall activities. For 2021. Fall activities. Fall activities. Fall activities. Fall activities. Here we go again. Fall activities. It's Kathy's fall activities. Fall activities. Kathy's got another. Fall activities. Fall activities. Through the Delta variant. Fall activities. Tell me what you got, Fall activities. I poop pumpkin spice. Fall activities.
Oh, it's the best.
Can he
man.
sing or what, man?
Oh, he can.
Guy's got
sing.
major pipes.
Kyle McCarthy and those huge genitals.
And those
we
huge
talked about
channels
earlier.
where it kind of works as a subwoofer.
Kyle McCarty, by the way, you can find him on Instagram at the Kyle Mack, and Mack is spelled MAACK. And we'll have to post that so people.
We
can
will.
link to
And you
him.
know what? I'm going to offer up this. You should hire him to sing jingles for you.
I
mean,
was
like,
thinking
yeah.
that too.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know if he does that for
Yeah.
people, but you can contact him through his social media. But if you have a special event coming up or something, maybe he can whip this up for you for a fee.
Or whip out his huge genitals. Whatever
Maybe you can
want.
do that
Or
too.
both.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure, but you can check with him on that. But he's an amazing talent. He should be working here in MMR. He used to, but we need to get him back in here. All right. With that and Kathy's list and all that stuff available for you to access, we are going to take a break and come back in a second. Comedian Shane Torres is going to be joining us.
Yeah.
And we still have a chance for you to win $500 with MMR's Money Clips. We'll be back in a moment. And boom, all of a sudden, I got this wicked case of tendonitis in my left elbow. And I went to an orthopedic, and he's like, you got to stop playing for a while. But, dude, my momentum is, I'm tearing it up. I'm improving so much. And I don't know if I should listen to the doctor or I should follow my heart and keep on practicing hard, you know?
Man, is it have anything to do with the Roland kit, like how you're hitting? Is that because they don't have a lot of, do they have a lot of give?
No, they did. You know what? Actually, where I initially heard it is I was doing it on a pillow, to work on my rebound a little bit, and I think I went a little too hard on that. So it was is my own doing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you, brother, when you like want to do it and then it's like you can't, or you're not supposed to. Is it inflammation or is it tendonitis?
No, it's like it might be like a little tear in there, so,
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, you've played for, as hard as you guys play, especially when you're touring. Do you ever have these things pop up where it's like, oh man, what am I going to do? Yeah.
Absolutely. It's more, I don't think that I've had, tendonitis.
Yeah.
But I get inflammation in my joints and my wrist and my elbow. I mean, it's not normal to do this.
Right.
Man like me. So it's like, it's going to catch up to you.
Yeah.
So you really, it's a funny thing. I tell people, it's like, it's no longer like, you party all night and get all wasted and whatever till 4 a.m, sleep for 2 hours, get up. I mean, it's literally now it's what you got to do to take care of yourself so you can be healthy to perform at the level that you want to.
Right.
And so it's a whole different thing. It's really like taking care of yourself, eating right, getting enough sleep. Sounds so boring. But yeah, inflammation is the thing that gets me.
Okay.
And so I have to after we play, if anything hurts or not, I just ice.
Yeah.
I ice my wrists. It's mainly my wrists that tend to get, sticky, as I like to call it, and that really helps. But tendonitis, man, that's
Yeah. I should probably listen to the doctor. I don't know. They'll work it out later. But speaking of the music, I did hear a whisper recently that you and the Red Hot Chili Peppers are starting to get ideas together for a new record. Any truth to that?
There's truth to that. Yes, you heard correct. We're making a record, and we're almost done with it.
Wow.
And then when it's the pandemic thing is no concerts, so we just wrote music and recorded a bunch of songs, and we're gonna put a record out when it's done and baked like a nice cake.
Yeah.
And we'll go play some shows. We're gonna play next year though. We decided to wait. I want it to be fun and safe, and as you were talking about, as normal as possible for everybody, and have the experience not only performing but going to the show. So it's I know there's some shows popping up now, but we're gonna wait until next year, like a lot of people, and come out.
How do you guys? How do you guys keep it so fresh and continue to put out like good new music that doesn't sound like the album before or the album before or the album before? You guys have a knack to really just continue to produce great new music.
Wow. You're very smart, not only handsome, powerful.
Powerful?
Anyway, yeah, thank you. Well, we love it, and so, Guy, and as I was just alluding to before, I think that you have to keep changing and growing and challenging yourself as an artist. It's just, why keep doing the same thing over and over? Or some people, that's kind of all they can do, so they do that. Okay. But we're pretty good, as humbly as I can say. We like all kinds of different music, and we want to not do what we did. It's going to sound like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, but we have a distinct, something I'm very proud of. We have an identifiable sound to our band. And, Anthony has a very, recognizable voice, and we play the way we do. And you put 4 of us together, and we can kind of do anything. So we're so fortunate that way. That opens up the palette of like fast, slow, hard, funk, rock, blah, 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 all those stupid categories. We just make music that we like. And hopefully you make some good ones. They're not all going to be great. But,
hey,
do it, man.
Chad,
keep doing the same thing. That would be...
I wanted to ask about the dynamic with your guitar players and Josh Klinghoffer and John Frusciante, and the floating in and out of the two guys. Does that get weird at all, trying to make those decisions of who's going to be playing guitar on with the band now? And because you're talking about your livelihood, you're talking about a brotherhood and all that stuff. So how difficult is it to make those? And you're also talking about legalities and stuff, about contracts and things. So
yeah, it is difficult. We don't interchange our band members like changing our underwear. It's like the chemistry of a group is so important, and that really, to me, separates. All the great bands have amazing chemistry, and it doesn't mean every player has to be so proficient on their instrument, and it's just how people, it's a team, and it's a gang, and it's like how they mesh together. And we've been very fortunate to have great musicians in our band, great guitar players, other drummers before I joined, 30 whatever years ago, but like wonderful musicians. And you have to have that connection with that person for it to, gel together and make something that's special. And with John Frusciante, who's come back in our group, this is now the third time, we have that thing with him. And I don't know what it is, but we have it.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
When we get together, we make this thing that's special. And as you get older, you don't take that for granted. When we were younger, kind of like, oh yeah, whatever, But as you learn and go through life and life experiences, you learn, don't take this for granted. So when he wanted to come back in our group again, he'd gone off and done other things, and he wanted to be in a band again. He's like, this is the only band I want to be in. I just want to play with you guys. And so we were like, I think this would be great to have this opportunity, another fresh, kind of take on what we're doing in 2020 or whenever it was when he joined, a year ago. And so we welcome that. And, again, the other guys in the band are amazing. We've made great music, have had wonderful times. I love Josh and Dave Navarro and all these guys that have been in our group. But, we do have a special thing with John. So we're gonna get on that and see what happens.
Nice.
Hey, Chad, not only am I the guy who claps and cheers in the background when we bring guests on, but I'm also the guy that makes.
It's a great job. It's a great gig.
Pays the mortgage. But I'm also the guy who makes things weird, and so I want to invite you over for a cigar this weekend because I'm a short town over from where you are. But if you want to come over for a cigar or a crab cake sandwich, I know where to get the good stuff.
Sounds really weird.
We know.
It was supposed to be.
I thought you were going to play. You can come over, some kind of sandwich, and we'll play hide the cigar.
Yeah. Now that's a party.
I heard about the Jersey Shore thing. Somewhat, I don't know, but you know what? I'm down for whatever. So you might have to come get me rescue me from the gallery.
All right.
Well, join you for a cigar.
Speaking of the gallery, so people come out, they get to see the artwork and purchase as well, correct? And how is that working? I mean, you're going to be on premises.
I've got the times here.
Oh, you do? All right.
Saturday, 7 to 10 p.m., and then Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So.
Oh, they're awesome. Yeah.
I think I'm only going to 1 on Sunday. I don't want to drive 9 hours back to Memorial Day Sunday. But yeah, I'll be there and come down and we'll hang out and talk about whatever and look at stuff. And I may, add something to something if somebody really wants me to.
Okay.
Who knows? It kind of goes. So yeah, that'll be happening Saturday and Sunday. Exactly.
Hey, do you know, just offhand, and I don't know if this is inappropriate to ask an artist, but what your artwork goes for money-wise, or is it...
Billions!
Yeah. Wow!
You asked! No, come on. I don't know.
Okay.
Price points in front of there's
yes
ones. There's a lot of different ones.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
But it's it's affordable.
Let's just say art to suit every budget.
I love it. Nice.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah.
All right. Well, Chad will be, just to reiterate, at the
Stillwater shirt?
He's wearing a Stillwater shirt. Yeah.
Wow.
I just picked this up. But in fact, they're reissuing the soundtrack from Almost Famous. If you didn't hear what Chad said, he was asking if I'm wearing a Stillwater shirt.
Right.
And they're reissuing the soundtrack in like a 5-disc set or something like that. And they're going to have 5 full-length songs from Stillwater. Whoever the group was, wearing. You said Mike McCready?
Mike McCready, Nancy Wilson wrote a lot of the songs. I think Cameron Crowe contributed as well, too. But, full-fledged great musicians. But there was a band, and the story, I mean, we can talk about this at another time, but the story behind the band Stillwater, there was a fictional band created by Cameron Crowe for the movie, is really impressive.
Yeah. Kind of like, what's his name, Willie Nelson's son. The
Lucas.
Band. Yeah, Lucas, thank you.
Yeah.
Like, that was the band for that movie, for the Stars Born movie.
With Bradley Cooper. Yeah, they
didn't know that.
They became buddies, and Bradley Cooper became a better musician because he worked with Lucas on that record. Yeah.
Hey, just a quick question, because we have you talk about Almost Famous. What movie do you think most captures, since you're an actual rock star, what movie do you think resonates and captures the spirit of being a rock star? The best.
Down, no doubt. The movie This Is Spinal Tap.
There we go.
Nice.
Come on.
Yeah.
The greatest films. I'm sorry. They nail it. Every scene. If you've been in a band at all, done any traveling at all, it's incredible. It holds up to this day.
It does.
Other movies, Almost Famous, all that stuff, but to me, Spinal Tap, hands down.
Are you saying you've gotten lost backstage trying to find your way to the stage before?
Of course. Everything in that movie, not one thing. It's the limo, the whole, everything. It's the record company party, everything. The girlfriend, the thing. It's spot on.
That's great. I love to hear that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Chad, thanks for your time, man. Stone Harbor.
I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And we'll stop. Maybe me and Casey will stop by. We both have shore houses, so we'll come by and say hello.
Please do. That would be awesome.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Chad Smith. Red Hot Chili Peppers, guys. Oh, my God. He is the coolest guy. He is the coolest guy. And his son, Dashel, was pretty awesome, too, man.
His son kept popping up in the window behind him.
So it is this weekend on Saturday and Sunday. And once again, it is the Ocean Gallery. So if you want to check with them ahead of time, you can reach out and find out what the full, meeting times and all that stuff will be, which is cool. So.
I like that idea of visualizing drum playing and what they're doing with that. It's cool stuff.
This guest is one of the more colorful characters through the years of contestants on Jeopardy. So much so, not only a Tournament of Champions winner, but they loved his personality so much, brought him in to host. He's been hosting this week the Tournament of Champions.
He's been doing a great job.
2021. Buzzy Cohen is joining us. Buzzy, good morning.
Thank you. WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. And if you're looking for something to do tonight, tomorrow night, you are in luck because, ladies and gentlemen, in Philadelphia, as we speak, Shane Torres.
Hey!
Yo. Hey,
What's up,
Shane.
guy?
How you doing, man?
I'm all right. It's good to see y'all. How are you?
Good to see you. We're doing really, really well. So, listen, I know you're excited. We're going to talk about your show and all that other stuff. But, dude, tonight's final episode of Ted Lasso, Season 2. And I know you're a fan of that show.
I watched it last night in bed.
Oh,
did you?
Wow.
All right.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's 2 more left.
What?
Yeah,
I thought this was the last one.
Somebody told me this yesterday.
All right. I'm down with that.
Something to get me through the next week, I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
So we try to tell people about Ted Lasso and try to spread the word. And I think a lot of people still say, it's a soccer show. And I'm like, no, it is about life. It's about everything.
It's about sweetness and being good to one another.
And you've addressed this many times in your material and stuff. You're a proponent of civility and kindness, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I am. Which I don't know if I'm sorry. I'm just.
You're just waking up?
That's okay. We can hardly tell.
Dude, you're a comedian. You're up all night, man.
We get it. Yeah. But I mean, so let me go back here. I'll pull something out of your past that shows that you stick up for the underdog. It's when explain the whole Guy Fieri thing from years ago. for people who may not be familiar with you.
Sure. Yeah. So I would go to like shows, and there'd always be bad jokes being made. Like it's like Guy Fieri doing this, and it was always I was kind of just, what did this person ever do to someone? And then I just kind of read about it. Like I did work, which I guess is a novel concept for comedians these days. But and then it turns out he's this really sweet person. So I wrote the bit, and then it took off like wildfire when I did it on Conan.
Yeah, because now he was in a he got into sort of maybe like a one-sided tiff with Anthony Bourdain. And there was some sort of thing back and forth, and so they diminished him the way they used to do for who was the original one, who Emeril Lagasse caught the same bit of crap because
did he?
Yeah, because they get popular, they get really popular.
Yeah, he looked at it as a novelty,
like
that,
yeah.
So people are just bitter,
right,
and jackasses about it more or less.
Yeah, and so you stepped in for a guy, and you yourself. You have your own food show, and you.
That lasted 3 episodes.
Yeah, I actually saw it's up on Paramount, right? Paramount Plus, is it not?
Is that where it is?
Yeah, because I saw it.
It's 3 more episodes than most anybody else has ever had, so that's pretty cool.
That's a nice way. That's a nice way to put it. 3 more episodes than most anyone else.
Yeah,
but you stood up for
your shot, kid.
You stood up for Guy Fieri, and I have to ask you, did he ever find out about your defense of him?
Yeah, he called me, and it was really weird. He was super nice, but it's very unexpected. I wasn't told I was getting a call from him, otherwise I would have prepared myself. But he called me, and he was like, I didn't know the number, and I picked it up, and I was just like, it's another goddamn bill collector. And I picked it up and I was like, hello, just very bad.
All right.
And he goes, is Shane there? He didn't say his name, which is always a sign of a bill collector.
Yeah.
Like they always go, is so-and-so there? And you ask who's calling. And he goes, it's Guy. And I was like, I know it's a guy. Who is it? And he goes, it's Guy Fieri. And then I just started laughing. And then he was like, keep doing what you're doing and keep kicking ass. And we got a lot to talk about. And he's like, call me after your plane lands. And I said, okay. And then I called him and I never heard from him again. But it was pretty nice.
Yeah.
At least he reached out.
Hey,
he's a busy guy. He's a busy dude. It was nice to be acknowledged.
Yeah.
I didn't do it. I just said what another person did that was nice.
But you need to acknowledge that stuff. And I want to acknowledge something else. Shane was at our Cardboard Classic in 2020.
Dude, were you?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, I was there with Bert. Yeah. I thought I was gonna die.
We all did.
Did you actually help construct the sled that you guys rode down on?
Yeah, I'm more of a spirited person.
Yeah, you're a cheerleader.
I was. No, I mean Andrew and Ron, mostly Andrew, I think, put it together. Maybe Dave, but I just sat down in the box, and then everybody else stood up, and I was like, I'm gonna die, for Christ's sake! This is horrible.
I think
I didn't know what it was either. I didn't know what the gig was.
Dude, and Shane, that particular day, I think that Bert Kreischer was the last non-family member I hugged for like over a year because, dude, like the COVID, the explosion happened like the next day,
right after
that.
Yeah. Well, we did the shows on that. My last show indoors before the pandemic hit was at the Beacon Theater in New York with Bert. And then everything shut down. I flew out to go tape a Netflix show. And then we were starting production, and I was like, this is it, man. You're going to be a star.
No.
And then Netflix called, and they're like, hey, can't do the show.
Right.
But the thing is with Bert got his special, was done and ready to air right at the beginning of the pandemic. I'm like, talk about when people were looking for new content. And it was like, for him, it was just fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, it was massive. I mean, he was already on his way, like, to shoot through the moon, but like, I was like, I'll tell you this, like my lease ended at the same time in Brooklyn that the show was going to begin production, so I just put everything in storage because they were going to put me in a hotel for like 2 months.
Right. Oh my God.
And then they were like, they called me, like, can't do the show, and I was like, well, how long can I stay in this hotel?
Right. How long did they give you?
Noon.
Oh my God!
Oh, Jesus.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, Shane Torres is going to be at Punchline. I didn't mention Punchline. 2 shows tonight and 2 shows tomorrow as well, which you can go to punchlinephilly.com. Well, so you had a nice break after that. What did you fill your time with? Were you working on new material? Obviously, you're out on the road now.
I got COVID.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I was like really off to a hot start in the pandemic. And then what did I?
Is it all a blur?
Well, I started working out a lot, and then I could go back outdoors during the summer, and I just undid everything. And I was looking good. I started like I got into I drank like Aperol spritzes all summer. It's so weird. And I got loaded. And like,
wait, what spritzes?
Aperol.
Aperol spritz. It's like a liqueur. It's like something like your trashy grandmother drinks.
You don't impress me as that kind of guy. It would be having that, but that's that.
I know.
Yeah.
I didn't either, but I wanted to discover something new about myself after this whole pandemic thing, and I guess it turns out that I like fruity drinks.
And so let me ask you. So, what were there other culprits? Because a lot of we were talking at the beginning, and I know that you do some very funny stuff, like especially about bagels and things in your act. What is your weakness besides the spritzers or whatever?
The Aperol spritzers.
What can always bring down a diet for you if you're looking to get in shape? What is the food that you cannot resist?
Oh shit! God, it's so hard not to swear on the radio. If it can be put into a bowl, it's over. It doesn't matter. Like if I can pick it out one by one, because then I'm just like, it's just one, and I'm just such a little piglet.
Yeah. Oh, finger food in a bowl. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah.
If there's a TV on, I just am mindless, and I'm just like, and before the end of it, they're like, I just found out, like, I look at the end of a bag and it'll be like, you've had 3,000 calories of, Crackle candy bars or whatever, like the little fat kid candy bars.
Right. Yeah. But you just had them.
Ones.
Yeah, little
I'm
pieces.
Like, that's just.
Yeah.
Oh God, it's heaven.
Dear God. Well, we all have our weaknesses for sure. But listen, what we want to do is have a good time now. And that now that you're back in Philly, we want to send people to see you at Punchline. So like I said, there's 2 shows each night. There's a 7:30 and 9:45 tonight and tomorrow as well. So tickets are available at punchlinephilly.com if you want to go see Shane. So Shane, hang in there, brother. Stay well. And we'll catch up with you again. All right?
Thanks for making time for me. Appreciate it, Preston.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys so much.
Shane Torres, guys. We'll be at Punchline. And we just saw this. Nick pulled up a recipe to the classic Aperol Spritz. I've never had one of those.
None.
It looks pretty damn tasty, though. Looks like a summery drink.
That liqueur, I think they are the worst things I've ever tasted.
What can you equate it to?
It's really sweet, right?
Not
Like
the one
Mad
that I
Dog?
had.
Okay.
No, I don't even like. I want to almost say like cinnamon, but not cinnamon. I'm not sure. I think Marissa drinks them.
You know what I liked? The mocktails that those are really good.
Mingle. Mingle mocktails. They were good. I like those too. All right, listen. Oh, Marissa, you wanted to mention real quick?
No. A while ago, you guys asked what we were missing the most, and I said the Aperol Spritz at Police C Social Club because they put like basil and an aromatic spritz on it.
What's the
It's very
taste
good.
you would say?
It's sweet. It's like not a grenadine, but it is red, so it makes you kind of think of a grenadine. But it's not that sweet.
All right. Well, listen, I have something I want to share with you guys.
All right, we got to do this.
I'm going to share a story from something that happened yesterday, and then I'm going to
Sing
read
a
an
song.
email and show you guys something, and I'll sing a song. We'll hold hands and we'll do this. No. So yesterday, I went to play a round of golf with my buddy Jim Lowe, and it was just the 2 of us. So when you go to a public golf course, you buy a twosome, and 2 more people can buy in,
right?
And because they like to send people out in groups of 4,
right?
And so sometimes you don't know who you're going to end up meeting. So it's like a luck of the draw. Hopefully we meet a couple of good people that we get to hang out with for the day. And most of the times it is. It's fun. You have a good time. Go out, play golf. It's a beautiful day yesterday.
You're kind of like-minded people.
Yeah.
Golf is sort of the bond, right?
Yeah. So we went to Turtle Creek Golf Club in Limerick. It was a place I haven't played in years because of my shoulder injury. I'm now back playing golf. And
Thanks
it's wonderful.
to?
And I've been waiting. Trinity Rehab for helping me get all healed up and everything. And I'm back playing golf, and I haven't played Turtle in a couple of years, and I was looking forward to it because it's just I like the golf course.
Yeah.
It's a nice place to play, and they take really good care of it. So we're on the putting green, just kind of getting warmed up, and Jim and I are talking, and the starter comes over and he says, all right, he says our names, and he goes, all right, I'm going to group you up with these two guys. I go over and I say, how you doing? I'm Preston. Nice to meet you. And Dan and Anthony were the two guys that we met. And as I go over to meet Dan, he goes, listen, I got to tell you something. He goes, I have a shocker tattoo on my ass with your name on it. Well, no effing way, dude. And I think he was one of the first Preston and Steve tattoo recipients.
Because that was right. The shocker was big on the show at that time,
too. That was one of our big things.
Yeah.
And he and Anthony were the nicest guys. We had the best freaking day playing golf,
That's
man.
awesome.
But the way he leans and goes, I just have to tell you, I have a shocker tattoo with your name on it on my ass. And I was losing it.
Did you see it?
Yes.
Okay.
When we tapped in on 18, and I have pictures, and I'm going to post them.
Okay.
Later on, yeah.
Oh, my
it's
God.
Not. It's up high enough where
Yeah.
you're not seeing like the crack of his ass or anything like that. But it's big too. It's like his entire right butt cheek.
Wow, man.
It's hilarious.
It's that big?
Yeah. It's a big one.
Okay.
And he was so cool. We had a great time, and we were just cracking up. And he's friends with Lauren Harris.
Oh.
He knows my buddy Ellis. He knows
Right.
Angela Perfetto.
No kidding.
And he stays in touch with Lauren. We were talking about her and her real estate and what she's been up to, and her husband and everything. But it was just, I'm like, of all the people,
Right?
You got it. You nailed it.
that we got paired up, and it
That's
was
so cool.
damn funny.
Does he remember who the artist was? Was it RC?
Yeah, he's like, it was RC, right?
Wow.
I go, yeah, I'm like, that's the dude that we started doing tattoos.
I got to see his face to see if I remember him or not.
You might remember. You're great with remembering people. So I
Sometimes.
had a great time playing golf.
That's hilarious.
It was so much fun, and to stumble into those guys,
Well,
was just a blast. Which, by the way, I'm going to do a shameless plug here. I'm back playing golf now, and if you're a superintendent or a pro, and you wouldn't mind a DJ coming and playing on your golf course, dude, I'm ready to play. I finally, I spent all summer working on my game, and I finally had a decent round. I shot an 83 yesterday. That was with an 8 on 18. I'm back. I'm ready to play golf.
Well,
man.
and I also, in deference to your situation, as you went a long time. Listen, we're very
2
privileged in a lot of ways with the stuff that gets offered, but you people were so kind in offering you things that you had to turn down because you're just not physically capable of doing it.
Yep, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And yes, I know I'm using my privilege of the microphone, but God, I love playing golf.
I got 2 words for you. Pine Valley.
Ah.
It's overdue. You were close more than once, and it's time. It has to happen at some point.
I know someone who's a member, and maybe he'll invite me out to play.
Get you
But,
out
but
there.
I don't ask. I don't say, hey, you're a member. Why don't you let me come out
let
there and
me
play
ask
at Pine
for you.
Valley?
Yeah, I'll ask on your behalf.
Remember that article you sent me that said why you will never, was it you that sent it
Yeah,
to? Why
yeah.
you will never play Pine Valley?
How exclusive it is.
It's
and-
the greatest golf course in the world, and it's right over there.
Wasn't that a little Seaman
right
song?
over there. What's that?
I ain't gonna play fun.
I ain't gonna play
Plays
Pine
on
Valley
Valley.
no more. No, ain't
Sun
gonna play
City.
Sun City.
I'm
That was
sorry,
it.
that was
all
it.
right. So that was cool, and Dan and Anthony had a great time playing golf with you guys.
Awesome.
We can play again sometime. I should have gotten their info because I'm always looking for fun people to play golf with. So Dan and Ant reach out to me here, Preston at WMMR.com, and then this other story. This is another little privileged thing for me, but it was so cool. This guy named Phil reached out to me a couple of months ago. No, I don't need a drum roll.
You don't need a drum roll?
How about an angelic choir?
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought a drum roll was appropriate.
But no, I'm not selling these or anything. This is a gift.
Okay.
So this guy Phil got in touch with me, and damn it, I need to find out his last name, and I'll try and do that. But he wrote me an email. It says, "Hey, my name is Phil. I work at a drumstick company from Canada, and I'm a big fan of the Preston and Steve Show. I've been following you for well over 10 years.
It's amazing.
And loving every podcast. He said, I learned about your show from a friend online, and from that point forward, I've tried not to miss podcasting the show.
Holy hell.
Excuse me. He said, I used to rock my kids to sleep listening to Preston and Steve. They're now 8 and 11 years old. And I was listening to your show. He says it was July 30th. And during the music news segment, you mentioned having a signature drumstick and how it would be cool. He said, and this is the initial email I got. He says, I would love to offer you some custom printed Los Cabos drumsticks. You can have anything you want on the sticks, like Kenny Knight or The Image, but I think you just Preston Elliott would be your favorite, or Preston Elliott in your favorite font with maybe your signature would be best. He said, I know we're not Vader, ProMark, or Vic Firth, but we are a global stick company based out of New Brunswick, Canada. And he said, actually, Adam Paquette of the Glorious Sons is a proud endorser of our company, and they seem to frequently play Philly, and they do. And I was quite familiar with Los Cabos sticks, so the fact that he reached out to me, I thought was really, really cool. And so we went back and forth. He needed my signature.
Yes.
So I sent it to him. And yeah, Casey, now I guess you can hit the drum roll if you want. So I have it today. I got my box full of signature Preston Elliott Los Cabos drumsticks.
Yeah.
I was pretty stoked about it.
They look cool, man.
Yeah, and I had asked to get the red hickory, and he ended up making several different versions, which I haven't gone through the whole box to see, but they're different colors and different types of wood and stuff like this. But I just had requested that they be size 5A, which is what I use. And it says 5A red hickory, Los Cabos, made in Canada, and then it's got my signature.
Looks
and then
nice.
it says Preston Elliott, the meat behind the beat. So, yay.
That's great, man.
I've arrived. So I was very, very happy. So thank you.
He sent you a
Phil.
couple of different sets?
Yeah, he sent me like a whole box full of them. I mean, like these aren't going to be for sale.
Right, no.
He did it for me, and I thought that was awesome. And the fact that Los Cabos would allow him to do that is pretty cool. So yeah, here's like a pink pair.
Wow.
Here's a regular like a hickory kind of. Yeah, there's a hickory set, and I think this is the prototype that they did. And what else are there? There's a white one. So a bunch of different pairs.
That's awesome,
of
man.
sticks. So thank you,
nice.
man. That was very, very cool. So Los Cabos, I thank you. Very, very wonderful.
Yes, our Canadian listeners.
Yeah, nice. So,
Canadian,
if you will. So I thought that was fun. That's all I
great,
have.
man. That's
it.
cool.
Yep.
When you've been playing for a long time, at what point did you settle in on the size of drumstick that you use?
Fairly early on. Originally, I think I used 7As, which are thinner than that.
What's a 55A?
I don't know.
Okay.
See, there's some there are standard. There's like there's the B size, which are bigger. Like marching band sticks are really thick, and they might be Bs. I remember I used 2 Bs in like orchestra and stuff like that. But 5As for the drum kit. They just they felt right.
Okay.
I don't know. You play around, you see what feels good to you.
What's a dig for?
It's to be with.
Okay.
As
There
they
was
say.
there was a Grecian urn question on Jeopardy last night, Steve.
Really?
I don't know if you
I was
saw
watching,
it.
yeah.
And I started laughing when
And
the clue came up.
How was it phrased?
Man, I can't remember the.
It wasn't a joke,
verbiage.
was it?
No.
No,
It had
okay.
to do with, I believe, like a poem. I'll try and remember the context, but it came up. My girlfriend and I were sitting on the couch watching Jeopardy, and I just started laughing. The joke wasn't told at all. It's just Steve was in my brain, and I started giggling.
Were Greeks known for their urns?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know.
I
know, like.
By the way, last night we have those nights. I was running the categories.
you were nailing it.
I was
Is that
nailing
not the
it.
best? Do you not
It's
feel like
awesome.
the smartest person
boom,
in the world?
Boom, boom, and I'm like, I said, I turned to Claire and I said,
"This is easy.
I am rocking this one tonight." Yeah.
Ah, this game's easy. I can do this.
I could do this until you can.
It's like when you have a good night playing, blackjack or something like that. Oh man,
come on.
you kidding me?
You know what though?
Easy.
At home, I could do that. With the stress of the game, I'd fall apart like I always do.
So that guy Matt tied James Holzhauer's number of wins in a row. I think 32 or 33 episodes, and he can break the record tonight. He's not approached James's money total yet, and he's still like 40 off of what Ken was able to do.
That's what I was blown away. But,
Yeah.
but Ken Jennings, he had 43 more wins, and
Yeah.
he'll beat Ken Jennings.
But he's such an impressive contestant.
He is. I like him. His method of playing is a little like he.
But it works for him. I
it
know what you're
does.
saying.
I agree with it,
How
and
does
he
he
should
play?
stick with it. My guess is he hits that buzzer more often than not knowing if he knows the answer, and goes for it. He's so smart, he can do that.
Right.
Is that the hing part of it for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
That he's and when he goes to answer, it's like I don't know.
right.
Yeah.
And then a lot of times he's asking,
Yeah.
but there's no doubt about it. The guy is an incredible repository of Jeopardy information.
There were a bunch of football questions last night, though, and in case they didn't, I don't think they got any of those ones
Oh,
right.
really?
Yeah,
I
so
wish I knew them.
I was watching the category, and I was like, all right, so they excel on everything except sports.
Right.
Who is Babe Ruth?
Remember the time Alex Trebek said, he's like, have any of you ever seen a football?
Right, yeah.
Nice. So he's but he's won over $1 million now, right?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What did James win?
I think it was 1.7 million or something like that.
Okay.
James was a little more aggressive in betting. So like when it would come to the
Right.
daily doubles, he would often do the daily, bet it all and whatever. So he would, and he just would end up with these staggering figures. But Matt is going to rival the amount of money that James
He will.
made.
Matt does the thing that James did. He fishes for the daily doubles.
Yep.
And he doesn't start fishing until there's enough money in the queue for him
Right.
to start doing it. But to do that, if you're going to go fishing for those daily doubles, you've got to go in the higher money values because they try to refrain from sticking a daily double in a $100 question.
Yeah, they don't do that.
Is there a way to go find out what the questions were last night? Because I'm interested in the football category.
There are, yes. I'm reading this great book. I'm still reading it. It's by Claire McNear. And Casey, there are all these fan sites about, and they'll go over every question last night. And then sometimes they debate whether or not there's a validity to it. That happens rarely. But yeah, I'll see if I can track it down. By the way, it was an ode to Keats reference. So it was Keats's ode to a Grecian urn. The truth is, this is truth. Truth is this, all you need on earth and all you need to know. And that's a Keats poem, Ode to a Grecian Urn.
Okay. All right. Do we have time for something or do we need to break and come back?
We don't have much time. I can
right.
give you 5 minutes.
I just want to mention this because it starts today, but Walt Disney World is celebrating its 50th anniversary.
Yeah, wow.
Starting today.
Yes, I remember when it opened.
So for the next 18 months, they'll be hosting ongoing celebrations in honor of the half century. So they're doing apparently a star-studded long weekend of festivities and continuing with a number of new attractions and updated old favorites. But it starts this weekend. So all four of the theme parks are going to participate, and they have some new rides and stuff like that they're going to be debuting.
Yeah, was it last year where they debuted the Star Wars? Is the Star Wars hotel?
Yeah,
where's the Star Wars hotel? Is it in Orlando? Is it in California?
The one where they like take
They
you
act-
away.
It's like a role playing thing.
Yeah,
and-
I only remember reading about the concept and not remembering
Yeah,
it.
it's opening March 2022.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
all right, then I'm way off.
Still on the way. So that'll be a part of their.
Yeah.
And is it in Florida, Kathy? Does it say? Or California?
In
Florida.
Florida. 2-night Florida hotel experience will start at $4,800.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
What?
2 nights?
Excuse me.
The company revealed in early August that the 2-night Florida hotel experience will start at $4,800 for 2 guests, $5,300 for 3, and only $6,000 for 4 guests.
Listen, son, you're going to take a gap year in college.
Yeah, and we're gonna
because
go.
we're going to Disney World.
Now,
For
mind
2
you,
days.
For 2 days.
mind you, everybody around you that is staff is treating you like you're in Star Wars. That
Oh, I know.
yeah, it's all
I know.
all a
But
role
you have
play.
you have to have money to burn.
Yeah,
to do it.
yeah.
Oh, wait. It comes with breakfast.
Oh!
Okay.
Yeah.
Will blue milk be made available
Yeah.
for us?
Here's a little Debbie snack cake and a pint of milk.
All right, hold on. But listen, it does include some things. So it includes breakfast, 2 lunches, 2 dinners, a quick meal service per guest. This is all per guest. And then you also get lightsaber training.
Do they give you your lightsaber? Because the lightsabers they're a premium item. They actually, the same way the wand, you get the wand at the Harry Potter attraction, the lightsabers are custom made for you.
What's the Galaxy Edge theme park?
I don't know.
It says you get a trip there.
Still stuck on $4,800.
I know.
Wait a minute. Is that for 2 people or 1 person?
That's for 2 people. Okay. Yeah, it's 6. So if you wanted to go and leave 1 kid home, it would cost you $6,000.
Wouldn't you feel excited to be the kid that got left home?
Right.
Yeah.
So I would recommend if you're going to spend that kind of money, I would go towards the beginning because they'll be excited and ready for it.
Yeah.
A couple of years in, it'll be all right. Here's your lightsaber coming in. Yep. All right, it's over this way. And
Welcome to
hi, Aunt
Tatooine.
Owen.
Here's your purple milk.
Hey, Uncle Owen, how you doing?
Oh, no, these are not the droids you're looking for.
Just going through the motions.
You've never met a more reprehensible beehive scum. Get out of
I
here.
have to run to Tashi Station to get some power converters. Let's go. Okay, come on. It's over this way.
Force be with you.
All right. So let's see, what else are they doing? So one of the new attractions is going to be Ratatouille, Remy's Ratatouille Adventure.
As part of the Star Wars thing?
No, you brought up the Star Wars thing. This is another thing. The experience will make riders feel like they've shrunk down to the size of Remy the Mouse for a culinary adventure.
That's cool.
That sounds kind of fun.
Yeah.
They're also going to step up the fireworks to another level, which is wild because they already do really over-the-top fireworks at
I've never seen
at Disney. In fact, they do more fireworks than any place in the world. I've read.
Is that right?
By
More
far.
than Kiss?
Because because it's nightly.
It's every night.
Every night. So that means
every
every
day,
night.
every day of the year.
A couple of different parks too, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So fireworks
Epcot
displays.
does a big one. So does Magic Kingdom. I think they might all. I'm not 100%
Well,
sure.
no. Hollywood Studios does Fantasmic. It's not a
right. And Magic King. The one with the animals.
Animal Kingdom.
Animal Kingdom.
The freaking Animal Kingdom.
Felt pen.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was doing.
They might not do them because
They
the
don't.
animals. Yeah.
Do they blow up the animals?
Maybe they do.
Ladies and gentlemen, please look at the elephant in the tall grass to your right. And now, if I may ask you to look to your left, that large giraffe standing by the tree.
We don't have a giraffe.
It's only $6,000 to watch that.
No, that one doesn't cost all of that.
All right.
I don't know what it costs. All right, anyhow, if you want to see
Well,
a
the
blowing
animals
up-
are expensive.
right, they're very expensive. Some of them are endangered.
I got to tell you, before you push that detonation button, make sure it's the right animal.
So the fireworks display will be more immersive. They'll have more immersive effects that will project from Cinderella Castle down Main Street, USA at the Magic Kingdom Park. Epcot will transform into what they're calling Harmonious, which is one of the largest nighttime spectaculars ever created for Disney parks.
Is that like laser lights and mist projections?
It says beautifully crafted medley of classic Disney music and visuals reinterpreted by a culturally diverse group of 240 artists from around the world. So maybe there'll be, I don't know, actors and so on.
It's beautiful.
The show takes place at World Showcase Lagoon with a combination of choreographed moving fountains, lights, pyrotechnics,
There we go.
lasers, and more. So
Something
all
like that.
stuff.
Okay.
Attendees will be able to take in a 360-degree view of colorful images and effects comprised of Disney story favorites, such as Moana, Aladdin, Coco, Brave, The Lion King, Mulan, and Exploding Lions.
Later, you return to your hotel only to be lulled to sleep by the sound of exploding animals.
Yeah. They're also going to do this, the search for the golden sculptures.
Okay.
So, do you know about the hidden Mickeys?
I do not.
Okay.
Is it similar to the what you're using in the wand at the Harry Potter
No,
Wizarding
just
World?
throughout the park.
Okay.
And especially in Magic Kingdom, there are Mickey Mouses that are hidden in like the rock formations, and you have to stand at a certain.
It'd be Mickey Mouse, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
What did I say?
You said Mickey Mouse's.
No, his name is Mickey Mouse.
I know.
All right. Anyhow,
Mickey Mouse.
Suck it with your Cambridge comma or whatever it is. All right.
Oxford comma.
Oxford comma. Cambridge. It's another school.
It's nearby.
With smart
No,
people.
you would be right in
Suck it.
saying Mickey Mouses
I know.
because that's the character's name.
Yes.
Yes, he is.
It's like fathers-in-law.
Yeah.
The Mickey Mises. The Mickle Mises.
Mickey Mantle.
Mickey Mises?
Fathers-in-law.
It's not father-in-laws. It's the noun there is fathers, so it's fathers-in-law.
Kathy, it's attorneys general.
I don't
Like-
want to
like
talk
is-
about grammar right now. I
Like
want
is
to
in
talk
two?
about the golden sculptures.
It's attorney's mouse.
Search
Yes.
for the golden sculptures. All right, there
Right.
are apparently you need to keep an eye out for 50 gilded sculptures.
50 gilded sculpture.
Yes, known as the Disney Fab 50 character collection. So
wow.
Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, Donald Duck, Daisy Duck, Goofy. Shut up.
Daisy Ducky.
And Pluto will be just some of the characters rendered in gold to find throughout all 4 of the parks.
So there's a video of someone showing some of the more discreetly hidden Mickey
Mouses.
And they're that is cool. It's like finding the Playboy emblem on the cover.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Except this is more
So-
for families.
And some of the
my
employees that
God.
work there like know where they are, and if you're lucky, they'll point 1 or 2 of them out to you. But
That
you
is
can
cool.
Got to go around and look for them.
All right,
Yeah.
so Nick, if something is owned by my father-in-law, would it be my father-in-law's?
Yeah, but that's an apostrophe S.
Yes.
All right. So you guys have all of you been to Disney World recently, or
Not recently.
It's been a few years.
Okay.
You've never been, Nick?
Not since I was a kid. No,
Okay.
like 6th grade was the last time I was there. And you guys obviously have raved about it a million times in Universal and all those theme parks. I'd love to get back.
Of the two, Preston, of Universal and Star Wars, I think and Walt Disney. Are you saying you say Universal's
Oh, for me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, okay, so the rides, much more exciting, and Harry Potter, that whole thing is incredible. And now that I'm reading the books, it's going to be even cooler for me to go there. But you can't beat the magic of Disney and that
that's all
feeling and that feeling like a kid thing. Now, I think the rides are less exciting, therefore not worth waiting in line for.
Right.
And so I would get more enjoyment out of Universal Studios.
Okay.
That's me personally.
Universal, I think, I found was a little more manageable. Like Disney can be very overwhelming. I think there's more to do. Well, obviously there is more to do at Disney. There's more theme parks, but it can get overwhelming with all of the rules and passes and this and that and whatever. I felt like Universal was, it was still crowded. There was still a lot of people, but it was more manageable.
All right, there's one last thing I want to mention because we do have to break, but they're going to do this thing at Disney, part of the 50th celebration. The Animal Kingdom is launching what they call Kite Tales, which is an aerial show of choreographed kites and wind catchers, Kathy.
Whoa.
That's not a dream catcher.
Yeah.
That apparently they do these 3-dimensional soaring renditions of characters such as Simba, Zazu, King Louie, Baloo, and others. That I like the idea of that. I can't imagine off the top in my mind what that exactly would look like.
we're looking at it was sort of a
rendering?
projection, a rendering.
They're only 10-minute long performances, and I guess it'll be like water fountain performances. You just kind of happen upon it and you watch it for a little bit and then you move on. But I think that sounds pretty cool.
It's got to be weather dependent, though, right? I mean, you
Well,
can't just.
I was thinking about that, Nick. I will bet you they have high-powered fans.
Yeah.
Knowing Disney,
I guess
that they can set up that will make that available
Well,
anytime they need it.
They're
to be
being
done.
pulled behind, or maybe this is incorrect, but it looks like they're being pulled by ski-doos or watercraft, and that's why they're
You know
able to
what?
gain height.
I bet you that's how they do it, something like that. All right. Well, anyhow, these are some of the things they're going to be doing for
Pretty
Disney.
amazing.
And Dan, I know you're on hold, but we don't have time to go to you. He's a regular, like 3 times a year Disney guy who can bring us up to speed. I appreciate you being on hold.
Maybe
but
next time, Dan.
we have to take a break. So let's do that because we want to stay on time for the MMR money clip, and I have some bizarre file stories coming up too. So we'll come back with that in a moment. Make sure you stay with us. Hey, I gotta ask you, man, how was it? I mean, you guys filmed these things in advance. Was it as surreal as you thought it might be, being up there, standing in Alex's place?
Totally. It was like dreaming in a dream, like it was so bizarre, but also so wonderful. It's always great to be back on that stage. I'm a fan first, so anytime I get to be a part of the show, I'm absolutely stoked. But even on the first tape day, we taped 5 shows in a day. So the first week of shows we did in one day.
Wow.
On the lunch break of the first week, I just went out and walked out on set just to drink it in and have a moment by myself. Cause you never get that, you're always when you're a contestant, you're always in the green room, you're being shuttled off. And so I really tried to take advantage of that. And it was, I was in Alex's green room. It was
so wild.
I was really connecting with him. It was amazing.
Well, I have to say, first off, you've been doing a great job. I love to see
Thank
people who excel, and Ken has done it. You guys are GOAT status, and Ken the GOAT at this point, but still, you guys have, I think, a singular credibility when it comes to being up there and doing this. And the show is just so you can tell you are a fan. And if you were nervous, that didn't come through. What I do love is the knowledge, and you always sense this with Alex, that there is a wealth of knowledge behind the clue giver who can sort of accentuate a little bit of information that's being, imparted throughout the show. As you're doing it, did you have that moment, though, in that where you're so overwhelmed, where you're like, oh, yeah, I'm actually running this thing? Like, did you lapse into contestant mode for a nanosecond or observer mode?
Well, I spent about 4 weeks getting prepared for this, and I had to I watched a lot of Alex, and I had to totally change the way that I was watching the show to switch. So by the time we got there to the actual tape day, I had my mentality had totally shifted. But one thing that I think it really helped me with is that being a contestant, I kind of understand the way you listen to the clues and hear the clues.
Yes.
And so it helped me kind of understand where to kind of put a little more emphasis because, like Alex, I want the contestants to get the questions. I'm not here trying to trick them.
Well,
so
there's a perfect example of that, and you make a good point. Last night there was a clue where this spotted dance, and it was polka. And I would not have known it other than the clue of spotted. I thought, polka dots.
Yeah.
And so, but that's the genius of the show. And then you asked it.
Totally.
I think you laid it in there. I got it. They didn't get it, but I got it. And that's what Alex did so brilliantly.
Yeah, I think that he was my North Star, and what he always did was he was on the side of the contestants and the show, the integrity of the show. And so that's whenever I had a question about how to approach something, it was how do I keep the integrity of the show as strong as possible, and also make this enjoyable for the contestants. My Tournament of Champions was so fun, and I just wanted to make sure that they were having a good time. For me, that was making sure that the taping and everything went as smoothly as possible. And so I really just wanted to do a great job, not just for myself, but also for them and also for the fans. I wanted them to have a great Tournament of Champions. This is a highlight of the year.
Buzzy, was there anything that you discovered that you didn't realize it was one of Alex's responsibilities as host, maybe that's kind of not even really even seen? It's just you have to be in that place to go, oh, yeah, he does this as well.
Well, the thing that you realize when you start, because when you're getting ready as a contestant, you're sort of ignoring his reads in a way. You're reading the clues faster than him to try to figure out if you know it, and then just listening for him to finish. What I realized is every single clue that he is reading, he approaches like its own thing. He doesn't have a Alex clue read. Every single clue is its own story.
I don't know where that's coming from.
It's not a marathon. It's 61 sprints. Each clue, he gave its own life. And that, to be able to do that and not just kind of zone out and get into okay, here's my clue read rhythm, is incredible. And I think the other thing he did so well was he could pepper in little bits of color, just for fun, teasing that, oh, you're out of the hole, blah, blah, blah. Doing that when you're in the moment and trying to track what clues happening, all that is not easy. And, I think what was amazing is how effortless he made the entire thing.
Preston and I, and we've all discussed those little things when encouraging somebody. That's right.
Totally.
Those little things which seem he's just simply conversing. That everyone can do that. No. To sort of finesse it in there and keep momentum. Because think about it. Without that, you'd have these glacial pauses that that would really resonate. But that forward momentum, and you're doing it well. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
And so yeah, I mean, but that's why the show is the creme de la creme of game shows.
I agree. And the other little things that I had to learn at the beginning, which was saying yes, correct, right, good, not always just saying yes, yes. Right. By the way, when the first time I did it, I just when I did a practice game on my own, it was yes, because we don't think about changing it up, but as a viewer, it gets so boring when you hear. So little things like that he just, because he'd been doing it for almost 40 years, it was just so second nature.
As a radio show host, that's one of the things that I do. So I'm glad other people are finally picking up on that. So, yeah.
Buzzy, this is Nick. I'm a huge fan, and thanks for responding to me over Instagram and agreeing to come over the show. It was really cool, and I've been watching, like Steve and everybody here, every bit of the tournament this over the last couple of weeks. I wanted to ask you about polarizing contestants because Ryan was on last night, and there was a lot of response to him that was negative. And he made it to the Tournament of Champions. He's a really good contestant. He's really smart.
Yeah.
But he was kind of off-putting, and so I saw on social media, and I contributed to it. That there was some pushback against the guy. But you, as a host, obviously you have to remain neutral. Is it hard for you to incorporate that into your job while you're actively hosting it?
I mean, Ryan was. If you hadn't seen it last, he basically was a bad sport. He was kind of.
I'm gonna
he read as a bad
Ryan's,
sport. Yeah.
I'm going to come to Ryan's defense here. I've been through this, and I know people who have. Like, everyone has a different approach to this, and I think Ryan, he was a great competitor. First of all, he's a great player.
Yeah.
If you look at. If you take out those daily doubles, he outplayed Veronica last night, right? If just straight clue play. And I think that it's hard to be on. How many of us have to be on camera for like a devastating moment like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not like, I think, if to compare Jeopardy contestants to professional athletes is not quite fair, because if you're a professional athlete, you've been through like the high school and college, and you've been through this is the second time he's lost a game of Jeopardy ever. Okay. He played his heart out, and it just wasn't enough. It's hard to have 4 cameras on you in that moment. And he and the other contestants have a great camaraderie. I don't think it had anything to do with Veronica. I think it's hard to be processing that on camera. I think that different people have different, like, I had a very like happy-go-lucky, win-lose, whatever attitude. Not everybody's like that, and I don't think we need to expect that from.
I'm sorry. The dude made it to the Tournament of Champions semifinals, and I'm sitting there on my couch, and so it's I have no place to judge. I'm a viewer. I'm not a contestant, so I don't want to be harsh on the guy, but it's just got to be. You see people rooting for or against particular contestants, and it makes it difficult for somebody like that, I'm sure, to have to go through.
Yeah, and for me, I was like, to be honest, when I saw I think the feeling in the studio was I think a little different than what it came across at home when he missed that daily double and then was like trying so hard to come back. I think everybody suddenly was like, oh man, you got to feel for this guy.
Well,
like,
and that to me read. That even at that point, that read his passion. I got it. I'm like, damn it, I'm off my game. Or like, I just happened to a couple of days ago we were at a golf charity, and I'm seeing people respond who are hitting bad shots. Like you see that same frustration. I got that. Yeah. At the end, you would like to think though. And again, you're right. It's a unique circumstance. Everything's on the line, and I get it because I think he's normally a likable guy. It just seemed like there was. It was her moment. You lost, and he's. I think that's what a lot of people read and saw. I was like, wow, man, you not even an acknowledgement or something, and that's what it is.
And also you have to remember there's editing, like those after.
True.
That after game chat is much longer than what you get on TV. So I think everyone's got to give game show contestants a lot more. I mean, people thought I was an arrogant asshole when I was on the show. Am I allowed to say that?
No. We'll let it go.
You can say ass. Arrogant ass.
Yeah,
but but you were.
But I was just having fun. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I think that it's very easy for us to like project a lot of stuff. The other thing to remember too is like this is very different. The experience of taping because of COVID, the studio is very empty. It's just like other players and a couple of producers in the audience. So I think you're less self-conscious, right, about how you are presenting yourself when you're up there.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask from a contestant's perspective, and one who especially gets on a roll like you and wins multiple nights. Because you don't know what the categories are going to be. How do you bone up? How do you prepare for that? Do you dive into? Do you research the things that you're weakest at, or do you take the history of of categories and what likely might be on there. Like, I don't know any. Shakespeare is my Achilles heel. It's terrible. So if I were to head into the show, would it be a good idea to bone up on my Shakespeare?
Yes, it would. Shakespeare, rivers, capitals, classical music. But the thing to remember is I actually wrote an audiobook called Get Ready, available on Audible. Sorry for the plug.
No, absolutely.
That is about kind of how I got ready for the show. And what you realize is that Jeopardy has certain subjects it likes to cover, and it is a piece of mass market entertainment. So they're not going to pick something completely obscure, right? So there's sort of a depth of information that they're going to go for. And so for me on that stuff, I really looked at not just what the show has asked.
On PHL 17. Weeknights at 7 and 9:30. Family night every night is on PHL. So we're giving this. A passenger on a flight that landed in Miami on Wednesday was taken into custody after opening a door and jumping onto the plane's wing before it reached the terminal. The passenger, identified as a 33-year-old U.S. citizen, Christian Segura, opened an emergency door of the aircraft after it arrived at Miami International Airport from Colombia.
It's okay, I'm a limo driver.
The plane was still pulling into the designated gate when he opened an emergency door and jumped onto the wing. I don't know how he's able to do that.
You would hope that there would be some things that would stop a passenger doing that.
Yeah, Segura jumped off of the wing when officers arrived, and he was detained by agents from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. I guess it's not pressurized by the time they get on the ground.
Sure, but I mean, just the door should be a little bit more difficult.
All passengers were able to get off the plane without any issues. All other customers deplaned normally. This is wild. A 59-year-old former French police officer has unmasked himself as a notorious serial killer in a suicide note written just before he overdosed on pills on Wednesday.
Wow.
That man, identified only as Francois V., had been called in for questioning in connection with the case of a killer that was dubbed Grele, Grela. And they called him that because he had a pock-marked face. I don't know what grêlé means in French, but it has something to do
Probably
with
means
that.
pock-marked face.
His body was said to have been discovered Wednesday at a seaside resort near Mount Pellier. He had reportedly been due to provide his DNA to police, but never showed up. And now a DNA test is said to be underway to confirm whether the story in his suicide note is true. If so, he would be responsible for a string of rapes and killings in Paris in the 1980s and 90s, including the murders of 11-year-old Cecil Bloch and 38-year-old Gilles Politi and his 21-year-old au pair Imgrad Mueller, both of whom were savagely tortured before they were killed.
How many victims in total do they say?
I don't know.
Okay.
The murder of a 19-year-old woman named Corinne Leroy has also been attributed to the pockmarked killer. The serial killer terrorized Paris for years and was also accused in 6 different rapes as well as the murders.
Wow.
The crimes were shockingly brutal. I went on to read some of the details. I'm not going to give them to you here because they're really, really bad. But as these cases are, usually I bet they will connect him to several other people that they found that have been killed without resolving who the murderer was.
Sure. When I first saw this story, Preston, it reminded me of the deputy in the Dead Zone. Who was working cases, but was actually the one who was committing. Yeah.
Here's a story out of California. Viejo police say a large brawl of around 100 kids broke out on Saturday night at Six Flags Discovery Kingdom.
A kid brawl?
Yeah. They say that many were detained and one person was put in custody and their parents handed a citation. According to an eyewitness, Israel Cartagena said it was massive. People were just running towards it, punching and fighting out of control.
Wow.
And Saturday night was the opening of Fright Night.
Hey! Well, they lived up to their fright.
Police say the fight happened just before the park closed. According to police radio transmissions, the group was described as, quote, 100 kids.
Jeez. Never see this at one of Kathy's fall activities.
Cartagena and his family took shelter in the gift shop. He said they were scared, talking about his kids. They were not used to seeing anything like that. My 6-year-old just wanted out. After that, he wanted to go home. Police say they had several reports of kids acting erratically, and they say that they have reports of some committing battery on officers on duty and obstructing others from helping. Wow.
Is this just a way to get them into the gift shop?
That's crazy, man. The 18th time thieves tried to steal meat mogul Evan Rexler's exotic sports cars. He ran naked from his bed with a loaded semi-automatic rifle to fire warning shots from his porch. And there's video
There's
of it,
video,
too.
and the guy comes out like, he didn't have time to put his clothes on.
He was sleeping naked, and he's like, and this is the 18th time. The gunfire worked, and the thief fled. But Rexler has bared his frustration with police he claimed were more concerned with his vigilantism than catching the car bandits who have targeted his Ferrari, Lamborghini, and Hummer collection for the past 2 years.
Yeah, they arrested him, right?
He got cited. Yes. So as recently as Sunday night, footage shows thieves broke into his Mercedes G-Wagon parked in his Fort Lee, New Jersey driveway.
18 times they've been at the house.
Looking for keys to his more exotic rides. It was the same MO thieves used at last August to steal his rare Lamborghini Aventador, which is worth more than $500,000. The Lamborghini, which at the time was one of 10 in America, was found last week with $80,000 worth of damage at an abandoned Newark house. The second-generation butcher turned high-end hamburger and steak supermarket wholesaler, who goes by the Sophisticated Gentleman on Instagram, lives in a mansion in the exclusive bluff section of Fort Lee overlooking the Hudson River.
Yeah.
He claims to have called police 25 times during attempted heists since August of 2019, but police have only caught the thieves once earlier this year.
So what does the guy do? How do you know he's trying to protect his stuff?
I know, but I guess I don't know if you can go popping off rounds at a car thief.
What if you had exploding animals?
Maybe that'd be different. Maybe that would be different.
Okay.
But I don't know what his story is, but he parks them right in front of his house too.
Right.
So
maybe
but
a secured garage.
It's illegal.
Yeah.
But I don't. You can't fire it at people that are in your front yard. I don't know what the story is. So anyhow, the video is quite classic. But he's doing what he's got to do to hang on to his vehicles. He runs out naked.
Yeah.
And chases them off the ground. The grounds, I should say. All right, and then we'll go with this story. In the Congo, a new craze for a drug derived from crushed vehicle exhaust filters is rattling authorities in Kinshasa in the Congo. So you know what it is? It's catalytic converters. And now, not only are people, this is in the Congo, stealing them for the metal, they're stealing them to make a drug.
So they huff it?
What? Do they have any idea what the catalytic converters, when they made this thing, what they were creating? All those years ago?
It's like the Arm & Hammer of automotive pieces.
There's a brown powder that is obtained from crushing the ceramic honeycomb core of automotive catalytic converters.
This is insane.
Mechanics blame rising demand for the drug on a rash of thefts of catalytic converters, which are coated with metals such as platinum, palladium, and rhodium.
So they snort it?
I don't know if they're smoking it or
they're cutting
what,
it here like cocaine in the video or what.
Yeah, I don't know if you end up smoking it or what. But the metals in catalytic converters, by the way, can cause cancer if you are doing this. But nonetheless, they are using them to get high on top of, selling the metals and stuff like that.
It's insane.
That is crazy.
Huffing a catalytic converter.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. You have less than 5 minutes now. The word is expose to get in on the $500 cash that we have for the MMR Money Clip. So text the word to 45911, expose, or enter it via the MMR app or through WMMR.com, and you just might win. But you're running out of time, so make sure you do that soon. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
but the types of things
on
that they've asked
93.3.
So, for instance, like if there's Pulitzer Prize winners, you don't have to know every book ever published, but there's notable books to know.
Yes,
right?
no, that's absolutely true.
And with Shakespeare, you don't need to know every single plot point, but it would be good to be able to connect either a place or the main characters to the show, because every Shakespeare clue is going to have a character's name in it. So if you know that Cordelia is King Lear, that's all you need to know. You know what I mean? You don't need to know you don't need to read King Lear. And so there's all these different pieces of information in the Jeopardy world. They call them Pavlovs, right? So like if the year is 1927, we're talking about Lindbergh or the Yankees. You know, it's like
no, but that's a skill set. To know a little about a lot. Is what, and it sort of works in radio as well. Like I say, I can go about a minute and a half into any conversation and then tap out. But you guys are on another level. Preston, tell what you guys do on the final Jeopardy question.
Okay. So
and you might get a kick out of this,
Nick
Buzzy.
and
This is
Casey
a thing that they all do.
Nick and Casey and I, when the category comes up, and there's a commercial break right after that, we will text each other what we think the answer is, what we think the clue is, without even hearing the answer. So just on subject alone, if it will be, American authors.
Right.
Well, Nick got it the last time. The last correct answer before the question was, what was the category, Nick, and what was...
man, I'm blanking on it.
Okay, I said Roald Dahl, and you said it was like children's literature or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
And
so this is a game we play, and every now and then,
you guys can join in. There's a Twitter account that's just for that, Jeopardy Blind Guesser.
That's great. But that speaks to what you were saying, though, to know what the go-tos. We watch the show enough.
Exactly. Like if they're, John Updike comes up a lot. Do people read a lot of John Updike? I don't know, but John Updike comes up a lot, know. So it's exactly that. And they're not going to ask about some author that nobody's heard of, because watching at home, you're completely lost.
Yep.
Even if you don't know it, even if you don't know that Eugene O'Neill wrote Moon for the Misbegotten, you hear Eugene O'Neill and you're like, I should have known that.
Wait, Buzzy, I have one for you, Buzzy. I'll just Chinese-born American architect.
That would be I.M. Pei.
Every time.
If that ever shows up.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of what when you're playing Jeopardy, you're not, a lot of the clue information is sort of superfluous. Last night there was a clue about during the Eid festival, you eat this thing with this food that has another name for its worm-like appearance. All you need to know is worm-like noodle, and it's vermicelli.
That's
any
it.
of the other information. Right?
That's what makes it such a great game, is that there are tactics that can be employed that are, it's not just happenstance. I mean, there certainly is a level of that, but there is a way to play the game and have different methodologies that can get you across the line. And then, of course, there's also luck.
Tons of luck.
Yeah, and that's it.
And then that clue I just mentioned is a great example of, as a viewer, you might know vermicelli, but then you learned all of this stuff about the Eid festival and another quote. Like, you can learn, like, of course there's the game aspect, but then there's all the other information which may not help you get the answer. It's like, oh, I didn't realize that,
Yeah.
When I host trivia night at my kid's school. We brought it to the school. It's Quizzo night, and I'm the one who comes up with the questions. And I take a page out of Jeopardy's notebook. Like, I will ask a question where the audience will be like, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? And then you're supposed to ask yourself, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? The answer is in the question. Like, why would you think that any of us would even know this answer? Well, what's the question and how is it asked?
You're right.
Great riddles are done that way.
And that's it.
Exactly.
If you watch like a straight up college bowl type of game where they don't do that, you'll get slaughtered, because it's as dry and un-border collie-ish, in the way that you can be directed a little bit. It's just antiseptically, what is this? And I find I have to tap out, but I can do better at Jeopardy because of just a little bit of prodding will get you there.
There's usually like 3 clues in each clue, and I think I got a chance to finally meet the writers. As a contestant, you've no contact with the writers. So as the host, I finally got to meet them, and I was just like singing their praises, because I think the format of the show, having so many clues, like if there's a category about, some pop artist or some subject you don't know, it's only a couple questions and there's a bunch of other stuff. That's one thing. But the writing of the clues is so masterful. And I was like, I'm not worthy, because it's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's always a way, even if you don't know the information, to find, like, except for maybe the $2,000 clues, which sometimes you got to know it or you don't.
It's true.
90% of the clues, you can figure it out. And that is as much fun as knowing something cold.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask you about another book. It's called Answers in the Form of Questions. Claire McNear wrote it. I don't know if you had a chance to read it or even.
Yeah.
And she goes into the production of the show and where the contestants stay and what they bring to the set and how many different pairs of clothes they have to wear and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that was an accurate representation of what your time as a contestant on Jeopardy was like?
Absolutely. Claire is fabulous. Like, we joke that if Jeopardy is Harry Potter, she's our like Rita Skeeter or whatever. She's like,
the Daily Quiddler or whatever.
Yeah. Or what, I don't know if she likes that, but I actually, I interviewed her. I actually invited her out to, there's like an ex Jeopardy trivia night here in LA, which is like known as one of the hardest bar trivia nights in the country. So I made her come out and play to have that experience. She's incredible, and she really knows her stuff, and she's a fan. And she I think that's I really recommend that book to people who are fans of the show, because you start to see all these different sides of the experience, whether it's, being a contestant, sort of community afterwards. I think she did a great job of sort of giving everyone a taste of the experience, and not everyone's experience is the same. Some people have, not a great experience when they come to taping because of whatever reason. But I think she did an amazing job.
That's cool.
I love that book.
I knew about the filming schedule and 5 a day, but what I didn't consider is, say, when you had your 9-game run, you were doing all those, you had to have knocked out 5 in one day as a contestant as well, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Wow.
so my first game was a Monday game. So I did 2 consecutive tape days, and I lost in the 10th game. I lost on the last game of the second day. And I think that's part of what, once you're a contestant, when you see someone go on a long streak, the endurance of, just shot nerves coming in to do it again. I mean, it's not, they usually only tape 2 or 3 days a week. So it's not like you're doing 5 days of 5 shows a day.
Right.
But it's still just such an impressive feat of endurance. And getting ready to host, I knew I needed to have endurance and bring the same energy to a Thursday or Friday game that I bring to a Monday game.
Yeah.
So for that month where I knew I was going to be guest hosting, I was doing a ton of training. I would do strength training in the morning.
Yeah.
And then I would do like cardio 2 times throughout the day just to make sure I could still summon the energy.
To have the pheromones released. Yeah. I can absolutely see that, to be sharp. I wanted to ask you, just in your personal life, we know you were in the music industry, or may actively still be, went to school for communications, and so
music. I studied music.
Music. Okay. So what do you do? We had a little bit of a hint here and there.
Yeah.
But specifically, what are you mostly involved with, Buzzy?
I do music for commercials, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so I do. I find music for commercials, or I, hire composers to write music for commercials.
Do you yourself play or write, or?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't really do anything professionally, but for fun, I play and write a lot. Yeah.
So for specific campaigns, you'll choose the music.
Absolutely. So I'm sure everybody is gonna give me a hard time for this, but like the Airbnb campaign that everyone thought was the In Memoriam films.
Right.
I did all those. So I did all the music for those.
Very nice. Very nice.
I do. Yeah.
I mean, that can be very lucrative. Now, obviously, you get a quicker hit from a win on Jeopardy. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if this is true. We have big discussions about nicknames on the show and how one earns a nickname. Were you appointed your nickname while still in
yes.
in utero?
Yeah.
You were?
Yes.
How
Yes,
did
I
that
was.
happen?
Well, I'm 36, and I think when I was in my mom's stomach, we didn't have sexing of babies yet. It wasn't quite as advanced as it is now.
Right.
And so they didn't know if I was a boy or a girl. And I have an older sister, and she needed something to call the bump, right? Because it was like, oh, there's a baby in there. And my dad had gone to high school with a guy named Buzzy, and he thought it was a cool name. To be honest, I think the original nickname was Bozo. And my mom was like, we're not calling this baby Bozo.
You dodged a bullet.
We switched to Buzzy. They gave me my real name, Austin, after Steve Austin, the $6 Million Man.
Cool.
My sister's name is Lindsay, like Lindsay Wagner, the Bionic Woman. So
no way.
Big fans of
Bionics.
sci-fi.
That's funny.
But the funny thing is, like, my great grandmother, who was alive when I was born, my mom was like, all right, I'm going to let her decide, because my dad kept calling me Buzzy. And my mom's like, there's no way she's going to let this kid be called Buzzy. And my great grandmother, like, spent some time with me, and she goes, Austin's much too big a name.
Wait, we are going to do a pair of tickets to see Patton Oswalt at the Met on Saturday the 9th. And all you have to do is answer this question correctly. And we will go with this. How many chickens for a goat? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the current rate exchange. How many chickens for a goat? If you were listening and you heard this, that was during Kathy's fall activity.
Yes.
Which, by the way, that list brought to you by Acme Markets is fully available at PrestonandSteve.com, and it is the best one yet, I think. How many chickens for a goat? 215-263 WMMR. Call now.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, it is brought to you by Major League Wrestling. Invades 2300 Arena this Saturday night with a huge title versus title main event. And you can see a live TV taping. Tickets at MLW2300.com. and the arena box office. What's happening, Steve?
Well, the royalty rights for the famous Folgers coffee jingle are going up for auction, meaning whoever buys it will get paid every time it is used. Expecting to yield far less at the royalty auction is the tagline, "You won't stink," from Blue Emu.
Hey!
A new TV commercial featuring a topless Khloe Kardashian rolling around in bed has been turned down for being too provocative. While nothing explicit is seen, Khloe is shown writhing on a bed before pulling the sheet up to reveal that her ankle is caught in a bear trap.
Oh my God.
And finally, rapper Tyga says he really enjoyed being the Dalmatian on The Masked Singer. The former boyfriend of Kylie Jenner says it was a refreshing change from constantly getting recognized at the unemployment office. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we go to the phone, see if we can get an answer to this. What is the conversion here? How many chickens for a goat? 215-263 WMMR is the number. And I will go to Mike and see if he knows. Hey, Mike. Godzilla to you, sir. How many chickens for a goat?
That would be 2.
Yes. Hang on, Mike. Got yourself some tickets to see the one and only Patton Oswalt, who will be at the Met on Saturday, October 9th. And tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Major League Wrestling. Major League Wrestling invades the 2300 Arena. It's this Saturday night, tomorrow night. Huge title versus title main event. And you can see live TV taping as well. Tickets are available at MLW2300.com and the arena box office. Coldplay has released the video for their new hit collaboration with BTS called My Universe.
I saw it.
You did?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
It's nice.
Lots of dancing.
I like the dancing.
All right. The clip is set in the distant galaxy of the Spheres. Where music is forbidden, but BTS, Coldplay, and an alien supergroup called Supernova 7 unite via hologram to defy the ban.
Hey, you can't keep us from singing.
My Universe is included on Coldplay's new album, Music of the Spheres, which is due out on October 15th. Incubus will perform a live-streamed concert on October 23rd to celebrate the 20th anniversary of their 2001 album, Morning View. They'll perform in Malibu, the place where they wrote and recorded Morning View, which has been certified double platinum.
That's pretty a cool place to record.
They will perform the album in its entirety during this special live stream, and tickets are available now online at incubus.veeps.com. AC/DC has just issued Through the Mists of Time, their latest video from last year's chart-topping Power Up collection. The new clip, which was directed by Najib Tarazi, marks the third video from the album, following Realize and Witch's Spell. Blabbermouth reported that the clip is a rock and roll museum tour through an exhibition of the band's incredible history, based on a concept by Angus Young, and using footage of each of the 5 band members in 5 separate shoots around the world. They then enlisted Mathematic, which is a Paris-based visual effects studio to combine all of the elements of the band could take the stage together to perform the fan favorite from Power Up, almost 1 year to the day that the highly anticipated album was announced. Rolling Stones have issued a lyric video for the latest to the latest teaser from the band's upcoming Super Deluxe edition of 1981's Tattoo You, which drops on October 22nd. This time, the band has released its long bootlegged but previously unreleased cover of the Shy Lights 1971 track Trouble's A-Comin', or is it the Chai Lights? I'm not sure.
Let's go with the Chai Lights.
The new version included on the set's Lost and Found bonus disc, which sports a new Mick Jagger lead vocal. Keyboardist percussion on lead guitar by Ron Wood was originally tracked during the 1979 sessions for the following year's Emotional Rescue album. And speaking of the Stones, I mentioned this in our entertainment report earlier this morning. The Stones yesterday played in Charlotte, North Carolina. It was either yesterday or the day before. And while there, Mick Jagger went to a bar called the Thirsty Saloon to grab a beer.
By himself.
And no one recognized him. Not one single person. There are pictures of him standing there.
Yeah.
And people just oblivious that quite possibly the most famous rock star in the world is standing right next to them, just having a beer. And it stayed that way.
Hi, Mick.
Yeah. Hi, Mick. Nobody knew his name. And he said, I wasn't there. I missed it. I was putting my little girl to bed, and apparently the name of the place is called the Thirsty Beaver, by the way. He said he left the Beaver around 5, came back around 11:45 that night, and there was no buzz, no gossip, no talk about the fact that Mick Jagger strolled in and had a beer. And well, like Kathy was saying earlier this morning, he probably loved it.
Yeah,
he probably
absolutely
loved that he could just hang out. Nobody bothered him. Or it sent him into a deep depression. I don't know. But you would think that would be a real treat for him, a guy who is constantly bombarded no matter where he goes.
A little taste of what it was like prior to the fame, and either, as you said, it was wonderful or it terrified him.
Yep. I thought that was pretty great. I don't know if he's commented on it yet. But,
I liked it.
I'll bet. All right, and then one last story. MMR presents Tool. And the show, by the way, tickets went on sale today at 10 a.m., and we would like to congratulate the winner of that contest, MMR.
Such a little person. I'm going to call him Buzzy. And so that's how I've been Buzzy for my whole life.
There you go.
Nice.
It works, though.
Well, listen, you've done a great job. The hosting continues through to Friday, and Tournament of Champions. And, of course, you can see that at 7 o'clock on ABC here locally in Philadelphia. Buzzy, great talking with you, man. Thanks so much for coming on this morning. We appreciate it.
Go Birds. Trust the process.
There you go. Love it. He knows it all. Take care, brother. We'll see you later. Oh, my God, that's great.
Terrific. He's actually from Jersey.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, if I had the confidence, that's the show I'd love to be on. I just don't have the confidence to be on something that wide ranging. Every now and then I'll get, man, I can run like 2 categories and feel like, I'm the champ. After splitting from Kristen Cavallari after 10 years together, sources tell ET that Jay Cutler is on the celeb dating app called Raya.
This just in, Jay Cutler's on the dating app Soraya.
Psoriasis. Raya. No.
It's for people looking for other people with skin conditions.
That's cool.
Let's meet for some drinks and chafe together. Let's flake together.
Yeah.
And then I am on a site for people with vitiligo.
Oh, let's flake together.
No, I think it's like one that you have to be accepted into.
Raya. Is it one of these where you need
like some
you
sort
have
of
to be somebody?
Yeah, like
She's
notoriety.
right. Yes, in fact, it is the celebrity
notoriety. Raya. I don't know. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Maybe it's Raya, R-A-Y-A. But
who really cares?
His profile on Raya says, let's see here. He's here just for friends.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Friends, friends will touch your genitals.
You can diddle.
Yeah.
Who gets to decide whether or not you're a celebrity worthy enough to be on this website?
I think they have actually a vetting committee.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, I believe that's the way it goes. And they will determine. Think of it as there's like a Steve Rubel standing in front of Studio 54, and they decide whether you're appropriate for this website.
So, well, listen, in honor of, was it International Geek Day? Or?
It's just Geek Pride Day.
Geek Pride Day.
Yeah.
I'd been working on an impression. You guys want to hear it? So, Steve, you do your Batman impression, but you have that...
processor.
You have the processor. Okay. I don't have a processor.
Are we supposed to guess what this impression is?
No, it's Batman. It's Batman.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Please, keep that kryptonite away from me.
Is that a line he says in the movie?
No, please keep that kryptonite away from me.
You sound like Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
Oh.
It sounds like it hurts.
Please keep that cookies away from me.
Is it because it's a Superman impression?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've been working on it.
I got
It's
it.
really good. It's really good.
I got it.
So it's a Superman impression.
I was confused why the whole kryptonite
It's a
thing,
terrible
but-
joke that I heard with Chuck over the weekend. You say this is Batman, but you obviously say Superman line, and then somebody says, that's Superman. And then you go, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like, that's Superman. I told Chuck, I said, dude, I'm going to hang myself out to dry next week.
Yeah.
But you did it, man. You took the bullet.
Are we on air?
Yeah, we are.
Oh,
I think we're still on air. In fact, Bill's coming down the hallway with an award for Casey. That was great.
That was amazing.
That's an immediate A+. That's like my joke. Good morning, Cincinnati.
He knows funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Please, keep that kryptonite.
Just don't do one that sounds like Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster.
Like the thanks man thing, I was like, I didn't even get that part of it. So, sorry, man.
Nick got it. He was following.
I know.
I enjoyed every second of it.
And Bill's has that award in his hands.
Yep. By the way, somebody said we should make Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster a character. so you have to do all the dad jokes.
What was the last one I just did off air?
The thing is that it was not attempting a Cookie Monster,
it wasn't.
but that became your default.
Take kryptonite away from me. Tell me, do you like cookies? Me too.
Me too.
Tonight, when you go back home, turn off the cookie light.
Tell me, do you like to eat cookies? Me too. Did you know that Mortal Kombat was it from Finland?
No.
What was the joke? I forget. It's something like... My mother was born in Iceland, and my father was born in Cuba. That makes me an ice cube. Mortal Kombat was based off of a Scandinavian song. It was a Finnish hymn. You get it? Finish him.
All right, I like Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster.
Oh, man.
It's a thing now, Kat.
Yeah.
Kathy!
Wow.
Oh, God.
Anything to make you cringe, Kath.
Anything.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge. part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called The Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers The Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call The Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a haven't. man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I
Too
mean?
much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's this thin crust pizza.
Version of The Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby, essentially that that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't remember this from Pizza Hut either. Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were not in college or on ordering pizza.
The time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called.
That's Amore's. It's love.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
It's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd Oips. That's Oips.
Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt. And
I heard that on cantaloupe.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing. Kids.
Yep.
Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
They had a show last night, and
here's
the
the
drummer
thing.
was wearing a "This Is for Jed" jacket, which is pretty cool. So they're just such nice guys. I love that band. They've been here in the studio, so it seems like he's on the right track. But hoping for the best for Jed because he's a good dude.
Yep, absolutely. So pass that along and get well soon, sir. We're wrapping up the show today. Would like to thank Shane Torres for being on Punchline Philly tonight and tomorrow, 7:30 and 9:45 p.m. shows. Go to punchlinephilly.com to get the details. We also had a quick call from our friend Brian Propp of the Flyers.
Yep.
And the 37th annual Bancroft Golf Outing is on Monday at Galloway National Golf Club in New Jersey, and that's to help people with autism. It's the Bancroft group. that's putting this on, and it is they help with people with autism, intellectual and developmental disabilities, brain injury, and neurological conditions. And he had a stroke 6 years ago, so he's definitely heavily involved in
Think
that.
of how well he's doing
Oh, my
after the
God.
stroke. He's phenomenal.
Yeah, he there was a time where he couldn't even pick up a golf club, and now he plays, and I'm happy that he's recovered in the way that he has. Pierre Robert is looking snappy today, man. Wow.
Well, if
special
you're
occasion.
going to be on the cover of GQ, you've got to be prepared.
That's right. You do need to be.
Yeah, the photo shoot, we've just started it right here.
I got you. I saw that, yeah.
I didn't say anything because I was like, man, maybe he went to a funeral.
I actually did.
Okay.
okay.
That's what I thought.
It happens.
Yeah, it always happens when you see somebody that's dressed up that's not normally dressed up. Like, man, you look good. Yeah, my cousin died.
Right.
I was at
Yeah. So, yeah. But more on that another time. More on
Exactly.
that
We're
next
going
week.
to
So sorry.
a shinier subject, and we'll do the letter of the day. You ready?
I think fine.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. By the way, my favorite thing to do when you say things to that is to look at Nick's face. Because he's heard it for years as your producer. So, all right, anyhow, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
E is in energize.
Energize. They say on the Enterprise.
Trek thing.
Yeah.
When
All
they're
right.
transporting.
Caller
Right.
number 7 at 215-263-WMMR, and we're going to see if you can give us the word of the week and maybe give you that word of the week prize. So caller number 7 at 215-263-WMMR. Let's have you take a shot at that. It is another beautiful day today, even more so than yesterday.
Perfect.
Sunny and cool and crisp and fantastic, man.
All of
So
that.
It's going to be a great day to wrap the work week up with.
So nice. And you guys had a fun show today, and we've got a fun program. We've got Low Cut Connie tickets, a really entertaining band.
I tell you what,
October
I'm sorry to interrupt. So I was not familiar with them.
Yeah.
And Sarah sent us over a video of those guys. Oh my God, do they look like so much fun?
Yeah.
I mean, like you can't help but there's like 100 people on stage. People are dancing, singing along, outstanding musicianship. I was really impressed with them.
It's like Jerry Lee Lewis meets Queen or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
It's really great fun. And they'll play the Met. They haven't played it. They're from Philly, but
Yeah.
they haven't been here for a couple of years.
Well, we were supposed to have them in studio next week to perform, but the building poo-pooed that just because of where we're at. And so hopefully we'll be able to do something with them in the near future, in the next month or two.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sorry to interrupt, but I had to jump in there
it's
with
all
that.
Good.
They look like
We're
fun.
building a performance room too.
Yes.
Yep. It's gonna be
which
great.
Is really looking nice. As
Yeah,
it's
it does.
going Along. Yeah.
Yep.
So we've got that. We've got the money contest, money clips at noon and 2 p.m. Low Cut Connie tickets. We've got in honor of Tool going on sale. Jackson has tickets to give away later this afternoon, by the way, but we'll have a workforce block of Tool. A block of the great band, Lowell and Company, Little Feet. We have a request for today, which we will honor. Some music from The Who, and we'll get some Dylan in because Dylan's coming back to the Met on November 29th. Vinyl cut and much more.
Did you catch any of Kathy's fall activities list this morning?
I caught it yesterday where she was talking about wanting to go see Dylan and sitting in the front row after she goes to a fish show and then going to the Tool show.
Yeah, she loves that.
No, there's one on there that I think that Pierre would dig, which was that tent in the backyard.
Yes.
Where they come and set this up in your yard. It's not camping per se, but it's
It's called Buck's Glamping.
yeah.
Look it
I
up.
think I could see this. I could see you doing this at your house, setting this up and having some friends over. It is so cool. And you can check out the list on PrestonandSteve.com. Nick's going to pull up a picture for you to see. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Wow.
Isn't that cool?
That's my idea of camping.
Yeah.
Right?
Can
Totally.
you keep bugs out and things?
Yeah.
And they come and they set it up for you.
Wow.
Yeah, and it does. It can you can zip it closed, and it's like a net, so you're not going to get attacked by bugs. If
No spiders and
Yeah.
creepy things. Wow. I like that.
Nice.
Yeah.
And thank you to Kyle McCarty for the Kathy's fall
great.
activities jingle because it was just brilliant, and I love it. All right, we're going to go to the phones, and we're going to see if we can get a winner. We're looking for caller number 7, and that's Sarah. Hi there, Sarah.
Good morning.
So, Sarah, what's our word of the week?
The word is leave.
Great day in the morning.
Leave is correct. And normally, Sarah, I have this lengthy script of things to tell you about and sponsors to thank for the wonderful prize that you won. I don't have it. I just have $300 for you. That's all.
That is awesome. Thank you so much, and happy Friday.
Yeah, same to you.
Thank
Drinks
the
are
Treasury.
on you, Sarah. Enjoy. All right, hang on the line. We'll get your info. We'll set you up with the cash. That's all there is to it. I would like to thank our sponsors of the Preston and Steve Show. We've been brought to you today by Acme. You can download the Acme app to see your all-new deals, rewards, and perks today. Visit acmemarkets.com for details. Also brought to you by Frolics Farm Fall Festival, kicking off tomorrow with a special appearance from Nick McElwain. Info at frolicsfarm.com, and also brought to you by Six Flags Fright Fest.
Nice.
Presented by Snickers. And
Snickers.
You can get the tickets as low as $34.99 at sixflags.com. Wait till you hear what we have coming up next week on the
What do you
Preston
have
Steve
coming
Show.
up next week?
Fortune Feemster will be joining us.
Love her.
Henry Winkler will be on the program. Rick Wakeman of Yes will be joining us. John Lithgow will be on the show.
Kidding me?
How awesome is that, right?
Amazing.
David Boreanaz, local fellow we talked to many times.
He's great.
And comedian Margaret Cho. We have
Wow.
a chunky week next week.
Accione Pacto on.
I love it on. Thank you, sir. So that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, great weekend. Enjoy it, and we will see you on Monday, gang. Bye-bye.